But if you also think about it as well, it's kind of like that's what's relatable these days. So that's what people are relating to. They're relating to the sound bites and the memes and the funny stuff. You know what I mean? So, and especially if they're trying to engage now with the generation coming up. Like I just heard a young person in here, he can't even vote yet, but he's very up on what's going on now because of social media. You know what I mean? So that's also another thing to take into account. It's kind of like Trump has kind of relatable on that level with that audience.
Yeah.
As far as I can
I was going to say exactly that. I mean, there's a good and bad side to everything, correct? So, but I really think social media has made it easier for political and social messages to go viral, with the trends on TikTok and then like the IG campaigns about social justice. It just kind of makes politics feel more accessible to an everyday person, whereas before it wasn't. So I mean, that's the good side of it. Of course there's a bad side, but I feel like that's the good side of it.
Okay.
And you know what? I get that it's all politics and I get that it's all sound bites, but sometimes you do have to pause and think when somebody, for example, is talking about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage, right? And then you see Puerto Ricans out there that are still saying, I'm going to still support this person. that doesn't change my vote, right? I think even though, they are sound bites, it still makes you pause for a second and really question people and their character, because even though it's a soundbite, if you still believe in something like that, what does that say about you, right? So, it's that double-edged sword, if you may say.
Okay, right. So let's kind of explore how this election and then the results will affect our daily lives, right? So what do you think these results mean for everyday Americans in terms of issues such as healthcare, the economy, education, the war? How do you think after tonight, whoever wins, how do you feel as though the results will affect either side?
I think that, I'm sorry. I was going to say that, I think that it's going to be hard, okay, on either side, right? It's going to be hard because having a president who's already been a president, you're going to have these thoughts of what he should be, what he, and what he said he was going to be. And then on the other side, you'll have a woman president for the first time, which will change the dynamic of men and women in America, husband and wife. How you train your daughters and how you train your sons and how they interact together. Like, I feel like there are a lot of different things that will impact America and the world, because again, people say all the time, there are women leaders all over the world. Yes, but it's not in America. America is the leading country in the world, and it's gonna be a big change, and we all have to be ready for it.
That's what I was going to tack on too. Do you think America's ready for a black woman president? Do you think? What are your feelings on that? Your thoughts on that? Are we ready to move forward in this direction? I know it's a heavy question.
I know. I think some of us are. I think internationally, a woman would be accepted as a president more so than here in America, because I think we're backwards. I think we're behind when it comes to leadership. And I'm concerned. I am concerned about both, whoever wins on both ends, because as a black female, we are the most unprotected, people in the world. And she's going to rank the highest office I just think about the threats that are going to come. And with the latest fluke of the Secret Service with Donald Trump, I'm concerned that, they're not going to be up to par when it comes to if the threats that are going to come, because they're coming. They're definitely coming.
I share the same sentiments for sure. I do.
And to add on to what you were saying, Inati, as well. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Unique.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, people said that about Obama. Was America ready for a black president? So, this change is inevitable. There's always going to be change. You know what I'm saying? If she so happens to win, if they're not ready, they better get ready. You feel me? Because I feel like we need to change. You have to evolve. As people, as a nation. Yes, what you were saying. There's going to be concerns, of course. But I'm a huge advocate of just not putting things in the atmosphere. Yes, we understand, but let's not even speak on it. But I am ready for change.
Okay. Sure, when you want to say something.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what Inati and Unique are saying, right? Because I think an argument that I constantly hear from the right is, the reason why they love Trump is because he's not your average politician, right? They think that he's going to come in and he's going to bring in this new change, these new beginnings, because he's not a politician, right? But if you think about it, he's still a white male, and we've had nothing but white males with the exception of one, right, which is Barack Obama. And so is it really the change that we need, that it's not a politician, or is it deeper than that? Is it a gender change? Is it a person of color? Like those kinds of changes that we need to be making so that we have a different perspective on how to run this country. I think, even though people think, oh, he's not a politician, Trump is still looking at this world and this country from a white male's perspective. And I think that Kamala Harris coming in, even though she is a politician or an attorney general and a lawyer and a prosecutor, at least she has a different perspective on the world because of her race and her sex and the life, lessons that she's gone through personally. So I think that's why we need a different change, is a different perspective completely.
Okay. Now let's kind of go into our duties after this election is over. Let's talk about how important you guys think it is for us to stay engaged and informed beyond election day. Like after this election, what are your thoughts on how we can be more engaged with our communities, how we can be more engaged with our local government going forward, whether red or blue wins this election?
Well, I tell you, the one thing I would say is that we need to start making laws around election day and along our vote. A lot of times they say, well, we can't have electronic voting because someone else will come and mess it all up. No, but if we have electronic voting the same way we do crypto, the same way we can transfer our money from one to the other, we could figure that out so it's easier for people to vote. The other thing I want to say is that it should be a holiday. I need a t-shirt that says another holiday that's not election day. Because I feel like we have so many holidays that we make up, but the thing that we stand on the most, you got to go to work right after you vote. We need a website. Yes, we have a couple of websites, but we need a main website where we could see who these people are and how they voted. When I voted today, it was a ton of people that I was just like, I've never heard of this person. You want me to vote for who? So I feel that with the presence of Donald Trump, regardless whether you like him or not, he has brought a life into politics that made people want to get involved and understand how the political system works. I think Obama was one of the first people, but I feel that Trump really pushed the needle.
Anyone else want to weigh in on your mic went off, MF Son, if you're still talking.
Oh, I think he's not green. Okay. I just want to add on. Yeah, these bomb threats and what's going on with, now I think we're learning that, I guess, in the next election that we have in 4 years, we have to secure our polls. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we're starting to realize, I think after this, every election moving forward from now is going to be just as tense, just as dramatic, just as, sometimes even violent. Right, and we're starting to see these bomb threats, and they were even, when we were over there at the correspondence table, Jen was reporting that they were actually targeting a lot of the poll locations that are prominent in black communities. And so if you think about that, we were just talking about race, and if Kamala is ready, clearly the other side, there are people who don't think that she's ready and that race plays a role, so they're doing bomb threats and things like that to prevent people of color from going to the polls. So I think we need to secure.
It could be other people. It could also be other people from across the seas, because not a lot of people want to see her win. Because, having a woman as president, you're looking at her as a auntie, a mother, and you want to protect her. So if you do something that makes, as a man, I want to protect my woman. So I feel that this is the kind of right time, as we are in several wars, whether they be proxy wars or whatever. I feel that having a woman's touch might actually be very helpful with America. But again, Donald Trump has an iron fist. They're scared of him because they don't know what he's going to do, which is also another good thing to have.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? All right, I got one last question here before we open it up to the floor to see if you guys have any questions at all for the panel up here. And this is just looking towards the future. I know there are a lot of people who did not go out today to vote because they may have felt a certain type of way or may have been misinformed or too much information. What advice can you give people, voters, who may feel disillusioned or just disconnected from the results? Like, how can they stay motivated and maybe go out there next election to actually cast their votes?
I think that if they want to get involved or feel that they need to get involved, they can go to their local politician, mayor's office, whatever. They're always having volunteer efforts. They can volunteer for events that are being hosted by the state or the federal government, and just keep their pulse on information that way. That way they're not listening to the noise. They're up front, they're up close and personal with it. That's one way they can stay in touch.
Okay. That's good advice. Anyone else?
No, I don't really have an answer for that, but I don't really have an answer directly to that, but I just know that, voters are looking for transparency. They're looking for policies that kind of like prioritize their needs over party agendas. So I think it starts with the people who are running. You can't really vouch for people who aren't doing things the right way. So it's up to them to kind of put public mind at ease. So, as long as we get that transparency and know that our voices are being heard, then I think people will be more acclimated to vote.
I would say early voting. I would definitely recommend. I did not early vote this time around, but I would definitely recommend someone else, or the next time around, I will be early voting. Just so I'm in the comfortability in my own house. I'm seeing who the candidates are. I can look who and find out more information about them right on the spot and be a little bit more educated on it. So I would definitely recommend early voting. And this year was a record early voting. So I think that it's going to lean that way going forward.
I agree with you saying too, and my son, but at the same time, no one's going to early vote if they don't feel encouraged to vote. You know what I mean? So we got to get people wanting to vote at all.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And I want to definitely open it up for anyone. If you have any questions, you can step forward. Open it up for a little bit. If you want to ask the panel any
Raise a hand.
questions,
Jen is gonna come with a microphone.
yes, you can raise your hand, and Jim will come over with a mic for you. All right.
Okay, anybody has questions?
And tell them, peeps, that when they turn it on, they have to turn it off when they're done as well.
Okay.
If you do grab the mic, you gotta click it and turn it on, turn it off. Somebody
Just
said
come
I
to
do
me.
over there.
You gotta come to me, please. I'm over here.
Over there. She's over there.
I'm over here. Okay,
Yeah, she's
I'll come
over
to
here,
you.
guys.
Actually, Jen, let's have you sit right in the middle of that aisle, because I think there's a
You go.
stage blocker that
Alright.
people are bumping into. So let's have you move down just a little bit. There we go.
You ready? What's your name?
Messiah.
We got a breaking news. Breaking news. South Carolina.
Come on, baby.
South Carolina. Trump has won South Carolina.
No, he's not won yet. It's leading. He has
Nobody has won yet. They're at percentages right now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. It was just projection. It wasn't projection.
Yeah.
No. West Virginia is now Trump. It says West Virginia.
Oh, it is West Virginia. It's West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Okay, let me grab that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I just went to Chuck E. Cheese.
Got it.
So
I'm sorry.
I just went Donald Trump, and I just love it before. And I tried to visit. So I tried to visit.
Okay, hit the trigger. Pick it up again.
No, wait, Jacob, go hit the trigger again.
And click.
Thank you, Jacob.
I'm going to the meeting.
Thank you.
All right.
So they saying they having Trump rallies at the
Jacob.
Chuck E. Cheese. Is that what they said?
Yeah, that's what's going on. I want to thank you guys so much for joining the Pulse of the People panel. Thank my lovely panelists. Once again, we have Unique Soul, the MF Sun, Inati, and Sherwin. I, for one, am definitely anxious to hear about what the results are for tonight. I'm also glad that I will no longer be getting any text messages to my phone, and the emails are going to stop after tonight, It's one thing, but thank you guys for joining. Stay tuned. We have more panels coming up next. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. The America Decides with panel Pulse of the People, hosted by the one and only Meta Publicist. Thank you so much. Now, guys, we're going to go to NBC News to get our live streaming for the next half an hour before the next exciting panel will come up. So enjoy yourselves.
You gotta turn your culling on. You gotta turn your avatar culling on. I'll tell you that.
NBC.
Oh my gosh.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank
you so much. Thank you.
Great job, Publicist.
Peeps, you did a great job. Peeps, you did so good.
You did.
So good.
Peeps, you did.
Our next panel, the Undecided. What do you think about that Undecided, huh? We still undecided? Man, come on.
I'm still undecided. I voted and I'm undecided. Listen, there's a lot of undecided people out there today. You know, they're talking about pocketbook issues and, you know, things like, you know, men going into women's bathrooms. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff out there that can cause somebody to feel like I can't trust either one. So, yeah, there are a lot of undecided people out there. And we also want to say that it's a right not to vote. Yes, we do want people to vote, but it's America. We have the right not to as well.
Well, I hope everybody did vote. You know, your vote. I say if you didn't, I mean, you have nothing to complain about. You know, in America, we get to vote. So hopefully everybody was able to vote. And so undecided, boy, that what kind of panel is that going to be? That's going to be really exciting. I'm on that panel.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm on that panel with you. I'm on that panel with you. I think that is going to be an exciting panel. How do you feel about so far Florida? You know, I would assume Florida was going to go for Trump, right?
We know Florida was going to go for Trump, but what they're reporting is kind of getting close. So hopefully the Hispanics in Florida woke up, especially the Puerto Ricans over there in Orlando. I know Orlando is going to go for Harris. So, yeah, that's really close. But historically, Florida has always gone Republican. So we'll see. That'll be really surprising if it went blue.
Well, those are 30 electoral votes, which is a biggie.
Virginia just switched.
Virginia just switched over to blue leaning, so that's a good thing for
Virginia.
It's only 30%.
Okay.
Ohio moved to blue leaning.
Ohio. Wow.
Ohio moved to blue. But remember, we're at very low percentages, guys.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, they're low.
You know, we spoke before, Jen, about how the possibility of all these different ways that Kamala could win, or Trump could win. It's not always the big guys. It's a lot of the small ones if you win them right. It's that blue wall that you talk about a lot, you know. So there's a possibility that she can really inch this through. My concern is it's the Philadelphia, the Michigans, the Ohio's, those big ones that I'm really looking forward to see.
Speaking of those big ones, I just because you said those states, like so far on the reporting, like Jen said, it's still low. It's like 10% of reporting, right? But we can report right now, Pennsylvania is leaning blue. All right, only 5% of voting though, so 76% is voting for Harris, 22% is Trump. All right, Ohio is also leaning blue with 34% reporting, which is important. So that one is, you know, on its way. Michigan,
right there,
Michigan just started their counting. They're at 2%. They are leading 76% Harris, 22% Donald Trump. Florida is at 87%. They have pretty much declared Donald Trump. We're also seeing some of these other smaller states on the East Coast come in. New Hampshire, New Jersey, all right, are leaning towards Harris. And then we just saw Maine. Oh, wait, no. Massachusetts is blue. Michigan, we just said Michigan is leaning blue. Yep. And North Carolina is leaning blue as well at the moment with 8% reporting. So it's still very early on, right?
Very early.
These are the early trends that we're seeing, the early trends.
And it's really tight. So, you know,
anything could happen.
Anything could happen. We're like pancakes.
Yeah, Virginia is tight. Virginia is tight. Virginia and Ohio right now are battling it out. They're going back and forth. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think that this is... Sorry. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry, Jen.
Our next panel is at 8:30 with the Undecided with Miss Queen Lili.
Lili.
Hey.
Lili.
Lili.
Yep.
Lili.
Didn't I say
Lili. It's Queen Lili. I'll help you.
Queen Lili.
Not Lily, but Lili.
Oh, Lili. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yo soy Hispanic. Yo soy Boricua, so we say Lili, okay? All right.
Hey. And also, real quick, just a small announcement for those who are in here. This is the main area, of course. If you do want to go exploring, we do have a bus stop at the very front where you first came in. The bus will take you to 1400 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is the White House, of course. And there are some people over there. So 1600. Oh, I'm wrong. Thank you. 1600. I said 1400 is, the liquor store down the street. No, I'm just kidding. But 1600 is the White House. 1600 is the White House. If y'all want to check it out, there's a bus stop that takes you there and a bus stop that brings you right back. All right. But be back here for the next panel at 8:30 on the Undecided with Miss Queen Lili.
And also, I just want to talk about that build over on the other side at the White House. It is so
Very
beautiful.
impressive. Yeah.
Aussie did such an amazing job on that build.
Shout out to Aussie.
That's Aussie.
The huge hat in the middle of the of the courtyard of the White House, and all the little things in the Oval Office. Monica Lewinsky's office. We talk about that all the time.
Lord, here we go. Golly.
And all the great things that you can see at the White House. And again, great job, Aussie. Great job on this build as well as
Absolutely.
the other. Thank you so much.
Call it Monica's office. The cigar's still under the desk.
Not the cigar under the desk.
Sorry.
She in the back doing laundry. So it says 95 to 35. Let me just see.
Oh yeah, I haven't done that yet.
Ooh, North Carolina.
Wow, North Carolina governor has just won on the Democratic side. And just being a black Nazi, he was definitely one of those guys that we would not want running our country. I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. He's friends with Donald Trump. You see how Donald Trump dropped him right away, huh?
Well, Donald Trump's good for dropping a lot of people. You're fired.
You're
not my friend anymore.
You got caught. That's what it was. You got caught.
Totally. I don't think that he had a way to get out of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, once it went through, I just don't think there was a way that he could win, even with his own base. He had a lot going.
Yes.
Going on.
So it is a Democratic governor that's taking over. What time is it?
Okay, you guys. So it's too soon to call, but it looks like in Pennsylvania, the Democrat Casey is 72% off of the Republican. McCormick at 25%.
All right, PA.
Florida, Tim Scott is he's gonna win. He's an incumbent.
Yeah, no. There's no Are they actually reporting this, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, we got a long night, guys. So I hope you got some snacks and food. It's gonna be a long night.
That's projected.
Oh yeah.
That's not the real one. That's projected. That's the real one.
That's the real one.
Yeah.
I would be.
You know what I'm also interested in and curious about? The after polls. You know what I mean? The exit polls. I am so interested in seeing that. The gender gap, the racial gap. I mean, I'm just so interested on what that's going to sound like. I'm sure that's going to be very interesting to a lot of Americans.
Definitely.
If you go there now, you'll just see a clock because we are intermission and we're doing a lot of the news outlets. But as soon as the panel comes on, we'll be back online live.
And speaking of news stream, if you guys cannot see the screen, there's right now we have NBC News coverage going. If you cannot see it, right there next to the Trump and Harris signs, there's a URL. Just click that reload button. It looks like a reload. Just click that reload button once, and it should resync for you. And you should be good.
Shout out for Meta Publicist. Peoples, please report to the desk. Kristin, please report to desk.
Can you hear me? So if you can track Peoples and Kristin, I think they're on your panel.
Peoples is right over there.
Okay, cool. So we're just missing one? Kristin. Yeah, that's the only one that we're missing. So. Kristin? Is it Kristin?
I think it's Kristin. She's over there.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I shouldn't have to buy them. I took it apart and I started putting it back together because I was trying to, you know what I'm saying, like, okay, you're supposed to take stuff off and it starts working, or take everything off and then start adding stuff. Never started working, but I did that a couple times before I took it back, and I did that late at night, and I woke up the next morning and took it back before it worked. Everybody on the Undecided panel, I came home 10-minute warning. I'm not right. 10-minute warning. Right here.
There you go. Hey, we want to get to the back of the.
You're on this panel, right? That was Sunday. Peeps? Peeps not ready yet either. JFK.
Peeps!
What's going on? How you
Peeps!
doing?
Hey. Oh no, how you been?
Hello.
I know I'm not looking at your right avatars because. Oh, there we go. There we go. One and oh man, you guys.
I'm gonna call her, but you can head back there.
Love your outfit. Totally love that. I love that color. Whenever I see it, I think of King.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's up? Yeah, just an event for the election. We're just hanging out.
Watching on TV by myself. And thank you for coming to America Decides 2024. Next coming up soon in about 8 minutes about the Undecided panel with Miss Queen Lili. I hope I get that one right. We have an exciting panel, and so we'll be starting shortly at 8:30.
We call people.
I don't business.
Call peoples.
I love it.
You having a good time,
Sharon,
Jacob?
I'm calling her.
Okay.
Come on, you ready to come back to the stage? We're ready for you. Come on. Okay.
I have a good.
Time.
I had to adjust my settings. I had all my settings on ultra high, ultra everything.
Hey, Sadie. Is high performing.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to bring that down to medium.
Side you, other side.
Or let me go to it and turn
Hey, girl.
some of the avatars down.
Hi. Long time no see.
I know, long time no see. How you been?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been around. But I was in here. It was
Who'd you vote for?
The power supply.
Oh my god, it's so nice.
Kamala.
One app.
Same girl.
Too close, man.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. Ultra high.
And they haven't even counted like Atlanta, Fulton, like where most of
Big cities.
Georgia. Next
Yep.
year in Georgia.
Yeah. I think last election Georgia was blue.
Yeah, man, I'm sad.
Oh, were we? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think last year Georgia was a blue.
I bought 2 more sticks of RAM. That's a RAM.
You're in Jersey, right? Jersey and New York? Or am I
New Jersey.
Ooh.
New Jersey.
Oh, I knew it.
53% women. Wow. Right.
Oh, I'm just so stressed tonight about this.
And I thought I sent my main SSD with Windows on it too.
You got 5 minutes. Might as well go back there. We should take our mics.
Oh, this mic.
Leave these ones here.
This mic's
Leave
back
these
there.
ones here.
Okay.
Like, yeah, leave these ones here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then mute yourself on the Discord too, Jen.
That's not a real map. The real map's over there.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I saw the computer part. Oh no, I saw the computer part first.
Depending on who you are, it might be good or bad.
Are you guys voting for Kamala Harris?
But
I'm getting
that's
really high right now. Are you guys
that's a
voting for Kamala
projection
Harris?
map. That's not a real map, babe.
Are you?
Oh shit.
Same okay.
Well, it's okay.
Why?
I have a real map
If you don't
up
mind me
right now.
asking.
Reset my
Really?
Did you vote for Trump?
and then try to
Right here.
Just remember,
Oh,
Red Mirage.
Did you remember?
No, I didn't vote
Blue
at all.
shift.
I thought most of our choices were
The
out of
fifth night of November.
I don't like either
This
of
is
them.
gonna be
if
a
I'm being
long ass
honest.
night,
But
guys.
I just,
I don't like neither, honestly.
I don't
I
like
guess what I got.
For Kamala, I feel like she.
What did you
she-
get?
she-
Your
have a woman
I
in
got your
office
she's a sexy
candle.
winner.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like I'm putting in effort with that.
Like a candle for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've already had him as a president.
believe
Please tell me that.
And it didn't go well. Said it from that way.
You
Exactly.
did I got you a shower gel?
Yes, I can't believe you got me face, hair, and body wash, 3 in 1.
Okay,
Either of them are.
it
I
is
don't like them
it is not meant to be used as a 3-in-1, okay?
They've been debating
I don't
about the
want you
same
to use
issues
this.
every elections, and nothing is getting resolved.
That's like the one thing they say.
Issues during
It's like
the debate.
the one thing they
and
say,
nothing
like,
is
don't
getting
have that in your
resolved. It's the
shower, a
same
girl will
shit.
judge you hardcore.
No, well, not if the girl, not if
Honestly,
Bath and Body Works
no matter
brand. Come on.
Oh,
who
really?
anybody
Okay.
votes for,
Well, she
you
bought it
know,
for
I
me
just
too,
hope,
so
I just want
Yeah,
everybody
that's
to be
true.
able
But
to
also,
live
I only got it because it
You know
said
what I'm
it
saying?
smelled like.
Regardless.
Welcome everybody to those who joined. Welcome to America Decides 2024, an election night exclusive here in VRChat. We're going to go ahead and bring out our next panel in a few minutes. So if you want to take your seats, we'll be having them come out.
Talking, please. I can't have a
I know, but I
conversation
have
where
to
you're
announce
talking.
the.
I'm sorry. But I
Well, we
just
better have a
wanted to
panel, so
finish
you
my
might as well get your
conversation.
conversation out now. Because we about to start
Okay,
a
thank
panel.
you. Okay, so they're standing a panel, so we won't be able to talk, which is a little disheartening. Also, why are you guys sitting so far from each other? God, they need to add more chairs in here.
Also, if you want to talk, if you don't want to listen to the panels, there is also a quiet zone at the White House. Just want to let you guys know if you do want to continue your conversation.
Wait, the White House? Yo, you guys want to check out the White House? You guys want to check it out? Let's check it out. Come on. Let's just check it out. We don't have to stay, but we'll check it out. We'll check it out.
You don't have to use the shower,
had
y'all.
like 4 type C's on the back of it.
You were so proud of it.
Even though I didn't need 4 type C's, I think I only needed 2. But I need one for VR and one for my
Never.
mouse pad, my mouse pad wireless mouse.
I don't want you getting closer to me and then.
I think I only need.
Kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
Oh, the bus.
They're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college at places that are primarily college.
Yeah, we can put up the Florida.
How it's like they're trying to set us up on teams.
I don't want to release this smelling.
It has to be 3, but I don't like the one on the case. I just had a cord plug in it when I need to plug my phone.
Good stuff.
Good luck.
Alright,
6 to 60 seconds.
Somebody else got on the dial. They only got 2.
You got this, okay? You got your back.
One thunder.
Thank you.
You guys got this, yeah. We believe in y'all.
My old one. Whatever.
Yeah, after this, Lili, when you're done, just say it's Fox News coverage next. Fox News coverage.
If VRChat
I'm watching it anyway.
Once they open them joints up, man, get cable management. I was like, as long as they fit in here.
That's loud.
That's a long intro.
All right. Aussie, go for Aussie. Go for Lili.
Good luck, Lili. Go, break a leg.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, and I am so excited to see all of you here. Holy cow. Look at how many have arrived. Thank you so much. I am Miss Queen Lili. I am a host of Queen's Talk Gossip podcast in Horizon Worlds. And at that podcast, we like to flip the negative gossip, turning it into positivity. And I'm super excited to be here to be able to be the nice little host of the Undecided section. And I am so excited to be able to talk to the amazing team that I have here that's going to talk with me. On this panel, I have... I have MF Sun.
Yeah.
Welcome, MF Sun. I have Kristin. Welcome. I have Jen Smash.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
There she is. And then I have Peoples.
Let's see how I can. Hi, everybody. Hi. How you doing? I'll sit over here.
Hey.
Super excited to be able to talk to you guys, especially on this panel, because I know it's going to get a little feisty. So I'm pretty pumped about this one. Just a reminder, so everyone knows, we have also the swing states, and here's a list of the swing states. We have North Carolina, that I'm aware of still, because I've been busy all day. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So we have all those awesome states that are still swing states. You never know which way it's going to go. No clue. But, we're getting more information as we speak, as the polls are closing and numbers are coming in, and we are definitely going to see what is happening. But guys, before we start, I do want to talk to you and see how you feel overall as a whole, how everything is going so far. I know we talked a little bit about it earlier, but I know things have changed, and just want to see your guys' point of view on things so far.
Well, as a swing stater, I am so happy that I am not going to be bogged down with so many commercials, advertising, text messages, emails, instant messages, OnlyFans account. Like, I'm sick of it.
And everything. Yeah.
Not exactly. Like, I can't wait. However, it's a privilege to be one of those states to really decide where this election is going. From my point of view, in my state, I definitely have seen Kamala and Donald come to my state like constantly, like every week, 2 times a day, like they're somewhere doing something. And I must give them credit for that. Like, I mean, it's a tough job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely does seem to be a very big, tough job.
Absolutely. I think my sentiments are the same about the text messages, the emails, the commercials. I was at my son's game last Friday, and the announcer kept saying we went a whole 2 hours without a political announcement. Like, because it's like literally just like overkill. People knocking at my door and everything. So I'm very anxious about the results to see what happens. I do see that Kamala is leading in PA, which is a good thing. So, yeah, I'm just very anxious. Feeling still on high right now.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. I definitely feel the need. You know how excited I'm going to be when the election is all over as a whole. I'm very tired of seeing all of the ads. If you're just trying to even, like, for example, me and my man like to watch, YouTube or something while we're, like, trying to go to bed. Every 5 seconds, it's an ad for someone. Yeah. And it's a little too much. There is a lot of overkill when it comes to that. But, guys, I want to get down to it. I have a lot of questions I would like to ask you guys, and here is one of them. Are we ready?
Yeah, we are ready.
Okay. Yeah, we're ready. Alrighty, the first question is, what are the primary factors that contribute to a voter's remaining undecided, especially being this late in the election cycle?
I think right now, today, it's pretty hard to say that they're still undecided. I hope they decided before the polls closed. However, I think it's hard for people. I talked to a lot of people that were on the fence throughout this entire process, and they weren't clear on the policies that each candidate offered. They weren't clear on who to believe, on who they could trust. There was a lot of issues that they didn't feel like they were addressed in a way that made sense for them. And, I have to respect that. I don't want to make anybody feel like they're invalidated in how they feel. But maybe today something changed for them and they went out and voted. I hope they went out and voted and had their voice heard.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jay.
Well, I represent the state of Georgia, and I saw that we really early voting was at the historical high. I think a lot of people are decided in Georgia. We are a swing state, and what I saw with my own eyes, people are really focused on voting and being heard. So I like the outcome for my state. Even though we had some bomb threats today, still people they were allowed to vote till 7:30, and still people are still coming out there to vote. So we look like hopefully we can stay blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peoples?
I feel like peer social pressure also plays a role with undecided voters, especially in swing states. Like, people are influenced by like their family, friends, and the community. Like where I live at, like one street could be entirely blue, next street can be entirely red. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of pressure, that goes against them, and you don't want to make the wrong choice. It's you want to exercise your right to vote, but it's so much information, you don't want to make the wrong choice. So people, can't wait to the last minute because of that factor.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one too. Another question that I do have, since we're kind of on the lines of that, what type or what does basically voter education or the lack of play a role in the undecided? How do you think the lack of knowledge plays a part in it?
Yeah, I think that it's the education aspect of it has gotten a whole lot better. Can it be better? I think that it can be a whole lot better. Just trying to understand how people are voting, the judges that are up, for elections and things. But I just want to go back to your last question about the undecided voters. I think one of the other things was the issues itself. Whether, again, I brought this up in another segment, whether it's the trans issue or if it's, the immigration or tariffs or, reproductive rights, like a lot of undecided voters issues were the fact that they were bogged down or attacked by a lot of these issues. So if you believed in one thing, you were ostracized. You were, saying, "Oh well, you're a racist," or "You're a Nazi" if you are a Trump supporter. So I think a lot of those things was a part of it as well. So going back to your question, the last question is that I do believe that I'm sorry, I just lost the train of thought. My bad. I'm sorry. The question again, Queen.
The one that you just answered, or the one that you?
The new question. Sorry.
Oh, so the educational aspect. So the lack of educational. Right. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, but I think I answered that in the first part of the question, first part of the answer, which was
yeah,
I did.
Yeah, you did. You did a great job, by the way. Perfect. Good job.
Thank you.
Of course.
I think the. Oh, go ahead.
You got it.
I think it's so interesting to me. They did a study a long time ago about this, and education in particular, where somebody believes something so hard and so firmly that it could be completely wrong and completely false, and it didn't matter. It really just didn't matter. Like, you could present the same 5 facts that are true and undeniable, but if that person believed that the candidate was the right candidate or they were going to do the best job, nothing was going to change their mind. And that speaks a lot to education, because how can you critically think about or even look at something in a meaningful way if you can't separate yourself from those issues that that really mean a lot to you or you're like really affected by?
That is a very good.
I totally agree with that. During the debates on both sides, one candidate continued to lie over and over and over again. And that is the miseducation of the possible voters. Facts. Fact checks was even implied with some of the debates. It doesn't matter. I think the person is just going to vote how they want to, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I also do believe in some type of states as well that, and I know I've actually personally know some people that feel like this, that they're undecided because of certain information that they hear from the social media aspect or things on television in general.
Absolutely. It can get muddled. It can get muddled as far as information out there, because then you're not focused on the actual key issues, right? We're talking around it. So you can be very misinformed, and then you're watching debates and no questions are being answered. So you have no choice but to go to social media and get information overload or get the wrong information. So people are undecided on that issue because of that.
And I think that there was a perfect example of that was the hurricane that came, right? It was a whole bunch of misinformation, and a lot of people lost their lives because of it. So it just shows you and tells you how important information is, and the right information.
Yeah, such as, one side saying something about immigration. But if you look at immigration, it went down 60% due to Biden putting down his foot. So in a year, 60% went down on immigration crossing, but the Democrats are really, really slack on the on that information for everyone. So of course, it doesn't get any play.
But this day and age,
but the 3 million people, 3 million people that were already let into the country. So
I'm just high as fuck right now.
In this day and age, like
the amount of information that we are bombarded with, and
Bombarded.
Hey, can you give us some respect, please?
Kuda, we're having a panel.
Come on, Kuda.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go
sit
ahead
down.
and get back into it. And
wow.
Don't get me started.
No matter what you open, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, it's somewhere in your face, and it's really hard to fact check what's going on because you don't know like who to believe anymore. You would expect certain sources. Yeah, you'd expect these sources to be unbiased and reporting facts, and they just don't anymore.
yeah, it is definitely hard, especially to fact check, media versus television. You can see the different amounts of information that you can get saying, this person did this, but on television it says the complete opposite. And that actually leads to a lot of undecided voters, unfortunately, because there are some people out there, especially for who are newer voters. You can definitely tell, nowadays that the newer voters, the first time voters, people who are turning 18 and up, they see what has happened from the previous years and so on and so forth, and it gets very confusing, and they really do not know how to handle it. In this day and age, it can be very difficult to ask the right questions, to get the right answers, and to be guided to the way that you need to go to. So social media is one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of undecided voters, unfortunately. Another question I do have for you guys is, are there any differences in how polling is conducted or interpreted in swing states versus other states?
Well, I mean, I feel like the polling that has been done can be very biased. The questions that are asked, tend to lean whether left or right. I think that polling is just a way of marketing the election. I don't think that it works. I think that all the polling that came up to this date was 49-49.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I feel the same way. The polling is just all over the place. I never really concentrate on polling, so polling to me is just an opinion. I don't even know who's taking the polling. Nobody called me. That's all I said. Nobody called me on the phone. Nobody texted me. Nothing. So I don't know where this polling information is gathered. I don't know who is it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely intense in swing states for sure. It's a lot of information when you get to the polls. A lot of people outside. There was literally a DJ outside of ours. So like there's just like a lot of like stimulation when you get there. It's like, you have to do this. It's just like I said, the social pressure. You know what I mean? It's like they're both parties outside trying to vie for your attention. So it's definitely more intense in the swing states for sure.
And the money. Can't forget about the money. It's so much money. Okay, they were paying people to DJ, right? The DJs and just getting people to knock on board. Like there was a lot of money spent. If we add up all the money spent, could have used that money for something else.
Yeah, I think
but
at one point on the news,
these are the kind of laws I feel.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Just go ahead. No,
I
ahead.
was just saying on the news, I heard in my state there were literally 200,000 doors being knocked on at once every single day in my state.
Crazy.
Every minute it was every minute.
Yeah, every minute people just trying. Like literally, I've probably counted about 10 people at my door over the last month. So it's been.
I also feel like this is some kind of census too, as well. Like I feel like we do have the census that we do every year, but I feel like this is a census of Americans who who get involved, who are active Americans. That's what I believe this census is about active Americans.
Okay. So one of the big questions that I know that we're going to be discussing a lot on, and I can't wait to ask this question is, are undecided voters more likely to vote based on the candidate's personality, policies, or the party in general?
I don't even know. This election is so. I mean, I'm like questioning morals. Questioning morals of people. Just surprised on how someone can support someone who's just not morally correct. So I'm really confused. I don't even know. I really don't. I think that it's maybe definitely a combination. Definitely on the personality, as far as are they trustworthy, their leadership skills, policies, and like their strategy. I think in swing states it's not leaning towards one or the other. It's kind of like a combination, which again you get into all of the information overload as well, because you're looking at all three things. So I don't think it's one thing or another. It's definitely a combination of all three.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely agree with that point. I feel like you kind of need to have the personality, because it's important for the 4 years that you're in office that you're able to command the attention of the American people for whatever programs or whatever you're trying to discuss. So I definitely feel like it's an important aspect of being a president, being on the world stage, being able to talk to other leaders, and other leaders want to talk to you. You have to have that magnetic personality, as well as, of course, knowledge of the issues and what America is really in need of.
I think some people, though, will just vote for the other person that they don't like the least, or they like the least of the evils, or whatever, however you want to word it. I don't know if any of that. Yeah. The lesser of the evils. Thank you. I don't. Sometimes I think people just don't look at any of that stuff and are just like, I'm gonna vote for this person because they suck less.
Mm-hmm. And actually, now that you've, go ahead, Peoples.
No, I was just agreeing. I was just saying facts. Yeah, I was just agreeing.
Yes. That's also that you brought that up. Did you know that half of the voters actually that are voting are still undecided, and the only reason why they are voting is based off of not just the candidates, but because of the people who are who they're living with, or the people who they are related to. A lot of undecided voters turn to their people, their circle. Who are you voting for? This is who you're voting for. I don't care why. I'll do the same. You see a lot of that nowadays, and you don't actually get into the nitty gritty of the actual politics of it or the candidate of it. You just see, well, they're red or they're blue. I need to follow them. And that could lead into something that could potentially harm America's decision. And that is something that we need to teach or help people understand that voting and understanding the policies and understanding why it's important to vote.
Right, well, but I also feel sorry. I'm sorry, Jen.
I think definitely women really understand what's really important. I think the women of America is going to be the leaders of the voting bloc, basically. So I'm giving credit to America. I think we're going to pull it together. I hope those undecided people will look at their mothers, their daughters, and their wives and think that way.
Well, I hope that they're also looking at their sons, their husbands, their uncles, and their grandfathers. because I feel that men play a very, very important role in how America is shaped, just like women do.
But it's not men and sons and grandfathers' rights that
That's
are
right.
at risk this year.
No,
I don't know why this is even a platform this year.
Listen,
why
I
even,
have no idea why it's a platform. Well, we know
It's
why it's a
ridiculous,
platform.
right?
You know,
Yeah, it's
Donald
so
Trump,
goofy.
he did put those justices on the Supreme Court to get rid of Roe, and that is really why we're here.
Yeah.
But I tell you,
crazy.
after this, I do believe that we're going to have to come up with a new topic, because I really feel that once this election is gone through, that, you know, we're not going to be having this issue any longer.
It's not going to stop. Believe me, it's not going to stop. Even if that man goes in the office, women going to rise up.
Yes, definitely.
Mark my words. Absolutely.
Again, I've always believed you can't give Americans anything and take it back. You cannot give Americans anything and decide that you want to take it back from them. There's never been anything in the history of America that they gave you something and then they took it back. Could you imagine? It just doesn't happen. And so I believe that this particular issue of reproduction rights was a way to energize the Democrat side to get women to come out and vote. They were already voting in numbers, but I believe that it was a more push, not only women, but for women to push their men and their sons to do.
But they have taken it back, MF. And there's a lot of states that you cannot legally get an abortion right now. That's the problem. They have taken it back, and there is a real risk that they'll continue to take it back, and that's a problem.
Absolutely. What's next? Our rights to vote. What's next?
Yes.
What's next? MF son, what's next?
But we should definitely save that for the next one. We have another one that's coming up that would best do for that.
That's gonna be a nice one.
That's gonna be wild. I am excited for that one. But at this time, we will go ahead and take any questions that the audience might have. We will have, I believe, someone up front with a microphone. If you have a question or a comment, go to Sherwin. He is up front, and he'll be able to allow you to ask a question or a comment. If you have a comment or a statement.
Comments, but I'm trying not to get myself in trouble. No, go ahead. No. I need to shut up. I'm live right now, and I said a lot already.
Oh, it's okay, because this is the forum.
Queen Kia said, I'm not doing it today. She said, I have a lot to say, and I'm not going to say it right now. It's all good.
Go for it.
Don't let MF son shake you.
No pressure. No pressure. Oh wait, we can't hear you. Just if you the trigger.
Oh, okay. All right. Can y'all hear me now?
Yep, we hear you.
Are we good? All right. Nice. All right. All right. So my question is, what about all the other candidates that are running for president? I'm sorry, you guys. I know a lot of people think you're throwing away your vote and all that other stuff to vote for other people. Yes, I'm going there, y'all. I'm saying it. I apologize. But there's so many other candidates between just,
Jill Stein
versus, Republican. And it bugs the mess out of me that a lot of us are torn between these two different parties. But why in the heck are we just forced between two freaking parties? There are all these parties.
Money.
Why are
I say that every single year.
Considering it.
Because it's about the money. It is about the money.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it,
candidates too. We have major healthcare companies, pharmaceutical companies, all backing these candidates. That a third-party candidate never stands a chance.
However, looking at from a different perspective, right? Do you want a president who doesn't know how to coalesce people together to get a task done, right?
Yeah.
Look at Kamala, for instance. Kamala was able to raise all of that money in 100 days. Like, you have to have some kind of organization, some kind of skill to bring it all together to make sure that the task is taken. So I do agree with the fact that there are other people on the ballot that you could vote for who might have great ideas. I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on this gentleman's name. I'm seeing his face, his big afro, his black suit. Somebody help me.
West. What's his name? West.
Cornel West. He's also on the ballot, and he has some great ideas, but he is not able to coalesce people together, get money enough to have ads on the air, be on the stage when you're doing the to do the things they need to do to run a country. I'm so sorry, but it's the truth. Like, we want somebody who is smart enough to coalesce the country.
That part, yeah, being smart, the fact that he's so brilliant, you know what I mean? And I'm just, it's just that I look at this and it bugs the mess out of me because I'm just like, I don't know. I'm in media and stuff, so I'm trying to be careful about what I say, but I'm just, we got all
listen,
these people
it's not to say these.
Why?
Second that sentence.
They need to be. We need to find a way to get those people in once the president is elected, to get them into office, get them into doing something in the country that they say that works well with the country. That's what you do. And I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of people that you wouldn't have seen normally in positions on her cabinet, on his cabinet, that you probably haven't seen before. Donald Trump was good for that too, Steph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you go.
Click your trigger one more time for me. Click it.
Well, thank you so much for that question. Is there anyone else that has a question before we go to Fox News?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
I got a question over here. Over there, Sparky.
Oh, okay, we got.
Let's go.
Grab it. There you go. Turn it to green. Click it once and it turns green.
Oh yeah, I noticed that like all the states that don't require voter ID are going hard Democrat. Do you think that's legitimate, or like what's the deal there? A lot of illegals that were imported,
Mute your mic, Jacob. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, or you're gonna have to leave. Okay.
Like what states?
What states weren't requiring voter IDs? I'm not sure about that.
Let's
We
see.
didn't have to show our ID in New York.
California, Nevada,
Really?
Yeah.
OR, NM, MN, Illinois, PA, New York, MEVT, pretty much all the Democrat ones.
I wasn't even aware of that. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question because I wasn't aware. I thought your ID is required to vote.
You still have to show your address and your signature. Like they still have like a computer of how to vote. I'm in New York and
register.
You have to give your name. You have to be registered. You have to go to your polling place. It's not just like I can't just go into any polling place and say I'm gonna vote. Like they have to have my name on file and my signature has to match.
It's a little sus. I mean, I guess so. I mean, they did import a bunch of voters essentially, so we'll see about that, I suppose.
Well,
Some Canadians did it as well.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Turn your mic on.
I would say that we have imported a lot of people here to this country to be voters, and so I don't think that it's going to happen in this election. I don't think that those new people who came here, that they imported to New York or imported to Chicago or any one of the other places are voting. I think their families, I think their kids will eventually vote, but I don't think that they're doing now in this election. I mean, this country is amazing. We do amazing things like a voting system that everybody else uses around the world. I think that we're doing better and better when it comes down to our electors and our electorate and how we do the elections. So I don't think that's happening.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being a part of the Undecided. I am, well, not, you know what I mean, the team. I am super excited. Yes, thank you all so much, and I do believe it is that time, ladies and gentlemen. It is Fox News time, and I'm itching. I'm itching to see what they say. So stick around and watch Fox News with us. Let's go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That was great, Queen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, give it up for the Undecided panel with Miss Queen Lili. All right, we do have some updates for you guys. All right, so pay attention. Here we go. Some of the states that have now been forecasted as declared. All right, going to Trump is Wyoming. All right, North Dakota also going to Trump. South Dakota is going to Trump. Nebraska, Trump. Arkansas is going to Trump. Illinois is going to Harris. Louisiana is going to Trump. New Jersey, Trump, Harris. Maryland, I think, did we announce that one already? Is Harris, and Delaware is Harris. Now let's check on our swing states. Florida, 93% of reporting is already in. 56% have voted for Trump. Georgia, 65% of the reporting is in. 52% are voting for Trump. So very close race in Georgia. All right, another close race is in Michigan. All right, 52% for Harris. North Carolina, 51.9% for Trump. Pennsylvania, 63.2% for Harris. All right, and Arizona, did I say Arizona? We're going to get those ones a little bit later, and Nevada and Wisconsin, because they are on the West Coast. So those ones should be coming in soon. I think those polls are closing pretty much now. It's 6 o'clock on the West Coast. I think some of the polls are closing at 7. So we'll come back with some reporting on the West Coast states. But the East Coast ones are starting to file in. So I think we have a.
Hey, Sharon, can we update the other map over here too?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The map on the other side, again, just a reminder to everybody, the map on the other side is the actual numbers coming in, and then the map on this side is our predicted map. So we haven't updated this, but we will update this right away.
Yes. Well, thank you for America's Decides 2024. We are going to be streaming Fox News right now, but at our next panel at 9:30 is War on Women with Kristin. We'll see.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. All ladies panel. It's going to be a really hot one. I'm going to really be excited about that one. And again, Fox News is, that's my channel. I just love Fox News.
Yeah, that's your channel. Here we go.
But yeah,
Fox News all day.
Listen, man, I can't help it. And MSNBC, they do a good thing too. CNN is a little, but you have a lot of other news stations that are, talking about this and doing election night. Us here right now.
That's what I love about this night. We're going to see every representation on the screen between panels. So, America Decides 2024 is an exciting. Oh, there we go. We're streaming live right now.
Here we go.
Why do they got NC as red?
Okay, we got some winners happening, doing some winners or losing, one of the two.
What'd you say?
I could have swore they said North Carolina was blue.
Yeah, I don't think this is Fox News though. But this is local. Yeah, that's local.
I don't think North Carolina came in yet.
Yeah, this is local. It should be our Fox.
And Andy Ken won New Jersey
Fox News.
Senate, of course.
I don't know who that is. This guy, obviously.
Yeah. But why are we watching Fox? Why don't we watch something national?
Because he's doing, like, he did NBC before, he's doing CNN, he's just doing all the news stations.
And I heard that
Like, so-
HR. Congratulations, first time voter.
Okay, see, a lot of the senates are blue.
Gillibrand won New York, shocker.
A lot of the
Ugh.
senates are blue. Oh, damn.
Who won New York?
Gillibrand for senator.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like her.
I know, we ain't have a choice.
No, not really. Not a good choice.
We didn't have a choice.
Yes, we are.
Right now.
We didn't have any good people up for New York.
You go.
We need to get rid of our freaking mayor in New York City. Oh my god. I'm so sick of him.
I'm gonna have to lower the voice.
Yeah, North Carolina closes close. They've been closed since 6, yeah. Let's see if they're still counting.
That's right, bro. I know that's right, Trey. I know that's right, Trey.
Kristin, you ready?
Yeah.
You ready, girl?
I'm ready.
California's gonna
Are you ready?
You trying to be this short? You want to be this short?
Am I
You
short?
know you're short?
Right,
Yeah, you're pretty short.
Here? Why am I so short?
Because I'm sitting down. That's why you're eye to eye with me.
Oh, maybe I just kind of slumped to you. There we go.
Gulf of Washington.
Oh, maybe you're just tall.
You're in Washington right now?
I was. It's all
Just actually announcing every state that declares. We're putting on our map right there, so you'll see it live happening all night long.
interesting. I went to the
Streaming
Ooh,
team,
don't
if
know.
you hear me, you could go to
It could go
commercial
all
now.
night, depending on if a state is not declaring yet, and if it's a big state that will declare the winner. So we could be here all night long.
Yeah, I see. Oh no, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
They said it's gonna last till like 5 a.m. because Wisconsin has to start over.
Wisconsin has to start over.
Yes, talking about the machine messed up. And also, and I think
Thank you for coming to America Decides 2024. Our next panel will be at 9:30. Stick around. War on Women with Kristin. Looking forward to that panel.
to wake up to bad or good news.
Kristin.
Virginia is usually blue. New York is usually blue.
Oh, it's updated.
Ohio
is a lot of red, baby.
But all the blue states are in Pacific time, so like Colorado and California, Arizona, they should all be Washington, Oregon, like they'll all be blue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our big map over there on the right side, the real-time map, is now up to date. All right, we're going to now play around a little bit with the projected map. MF Sun, if you would like to, you're more than welcome to. We're going to play around with this projected map next to the desk. But the real time is real time. That's what's going on.
It's not you, it's all the other noise.
You could put on your shield. Yeah, so once you get your earmuffs on,
Okay, so Sherman, if you can help me out, or Jen, if you can help me out, what ones are we looking at that here we go.
Virginia went all blue.
I mean, okay, got it.
All right.
Okay, so we didn't do any of the haven't done any swing states yet though. Okay, I'm just looking at anything that that is different. So what's over there that's different? It's okay, Georgia red.
What's up, bro?
I rebuke that. I rebuke
Sorry.
it. No, not my joint.
It's in the 268. Okay.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. Leaning blue. Pennsylvania's leaning blue. Keep on leaning. Come on, PA. Come on, PA. We gotta lean. Everybody in PA, lean.
Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania still doesn't get them there. Okay, what else? What'd you say? Okay. Chicken wing. It's blue. Michigan's blue. Okay, what else we looking at? Wisconsin's in red. Okay. You got it. 278. Okay, but he already got to 278.
That little thong gonna break eventually.
So what are we doing? Okay, Illinois. Okay, we got Illinois. Okay, Illinois. All right, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not there. Like that's what I was looking at.
If she cannot just win off of Nevada, right? Actually, neither of them can. Because Nevada's
Ohio just called. Just called.
What?
He just called.
You talking to them, but we up.
Oh yeah, I know I was talking loud. I knew I was talking. Ohio.
Hey Tony, how are you?
Ohio went red. Yep.
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. That's 54% that votes are in. So 54%.
So I'm gonna predict that Arizona is gonna go blue.
The red mirage.
Well, what we know right now from the projected map, if everything is going the way that it is leaning right now, and actually, let's turn Nebraska all the way red, because I'm not sure if any counties right now have voted blue in Nebraska. So let's go ahead and turn Nebraska all the way red. But what we're learning right now, which is what? 261. So what we're learning right now is Nevada is not enough to carry either candidate to the finish line. Arizona may be the deciding factor because Nevada only has 6 votes.
I think
so. Even if Trump wins
got...
Nevada, it's 266 or 267. Kansas is looking a little blue right now, but it's early, so
we're gonna say Nevada. You have Nevada as blue though, right?
It's spooky indeed. because everywhere is a swing vote right now.
New Mexico, leaning red. See what that looks like. That's 266. Iowa. Iowa blue.
No, she invited me to Meta.
And what else there? Missouri. Missouri.
What's going on? It's early, you know what I'm saying? And it is still a crapshoot, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry. You said Missouri, and also she made it at Missouri. Missouri will do it to her.
Blue. New Mexico is leaning blue, 51%.
Okay, New
I'm
Mexico.
looking at ABC News. Yep.
Mexico.
A real representation because some of the states are 3. Some of them have
That 280.
Yeah.
Out Arizona.
Cali got 54.
Delaware is blue. Yep.
We had that one on there. Delaware's always
Rhode
blue.
Island is blue.
They're changing that manually.
South Carolina is red.
Yeah, they're changing that map manually. You know, so.
That's the projection.
South Dakota is red. Damn, 70%. Yeesh.
They're trying to project over there.
Tennessee
Hey, this
is
is-
red.
And by the way, when it comes to popular vote for the entire country, we're looking at 27.6 million right now for Trump, 24.5 million for Kamala Harris.
Oh,
That's the
damn.
popular vote.
Vermont is blue. Okay, Virginia is very tight.
So who did y'all vote for?
West Virginia, 70%. Red. Wyoming is red.
Yeah, I see this. I see this like this. Man, it's kind of crazy if you look at the map. It's not half of the map. Most of it is red. Super exciting night. Again, thanks everybody for coming out tonight. Especially shouting out to CJ, M5, and Beneficial for recording this all for all the people to see that are not here in the metaverse. Watching outside wherever you are. But listen, if you are around, if you're on your way home, once you get home, you chill out. Maybe you want to stop into a chat for a little bit and chill with us. We'd love to hear about your experience today here, out voting, or
It's not
your
over
family
until
and
the
friends.
fat lady sings.
We would love to hear your voices out there here in America and outside the world too, and other parts of the world, right? Because this is VRChat, right? You got people from all around the world here talking to one another, and giving their predictions. Speaking of predictions, got to talk about the betting that's been going on. People are putting money on this joint, big money.
Yeah, isn't that illegal?
Well, apparently not, because a lot of these online betting games are putting money on this particular race.
Yep, I'm here.
Inati, you on this panel, right?
Thank you, everybody, for America Decides 2024. Our panel is coming up shortly. War on Women by Kristin at 9:30. So stay tuned. Kristin! Golly, Kristin! Ah!
Elon made me question him.
Listen, I'm gonna bring that up on one of the channels because we're like, you're a billionaire. Not only a billionaire, you do all the government things when it comes down to space and solar and cars and everything else. It's like, come on, man.
Just think about it for a second. This is scary. That's scary. I have to say it. I'm live. I'm live, and I'm risking these things. It's scary to me. You got freaking Trump with the personality he has. And I feel like you got Elon with the intelligence. Where's the freaking intelligence?
I want to holler at you about something later.
Oh my God, we're screwed.
I get what you.
I know.
We're screwed.
That's cool. I get what you like.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
And he wants to put chips in our freaking head, and Trump wants to control us.
Yeah, Trump wants to control everybody. Of course, Queen.
I'ma shut up.
Of course, everybody know that. What up, son?
I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble.
What's going on, Ray? Long time no see. Congratulations on your game. I don't know if I told you since I seen you, but congratulations.
Oh, Golden Rays.
Awesome.
You know, so I like, what up, Kia?
I'm in Jersey.
What up, son?
I got 14.
Yo, Golden Rays, okay?
Y'all stood up.
I'm live right now. Can you say hi to my platform?
Hey, platform, what's going on? Golden Rays, how you guys doing?
Golden Rays in the house. Hey, Golden, we would love to hear your experience about election and how you feel about everything. Could you give us a couple of words, please? What you do is you just grab the mic and then just your trigger.
Okay.
Okay,
trigger. Okay, cool. What I feel about the election is, okay, never mind my clothes because I was getting ready to go to sleep. And this is the avatar I dream about when I go to sleep. You know, it's way more attractive than me. So I'm glad I can have a chance to have an avatar that's way more attractive than how I am. But as far as the election goes, excuse me?
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, as far as the election goes, I just hope everybody gets their own personal outcome. I don't like to talk about politics, but whatever your outcome is, I hope you get whatever outcome you wanted out of this election. I appreciate you for asking me this question, Emma son. Love and respect.
Anytime, Golden. Thank you so much. We look forward to all the great things that you do here in the metaverse. And of course,
absolutely.
Thank you so much for answering for us.
Hey, thank you also, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm sorry. Golden, can you just click it one time, grab it, and
I can.
Hey, God, I've got some questions.
And then click it off. There you go.
Okay. All right.
No, you click it off. I'm sorry. You clicked it back on.
Are they calling
Just grab it.
for them
Click
yet?
it. There you go. Awesome. You're good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, if anyone else has anything else that they'd like to talk about,
this is wild.
What happened to my microphone to disappear?
Sorry, my bad. I was.
I'm like, let's go play some games, everybody.
Do you know why the map over
Gordon.
here is different from the one over there? There's a lot more going on over there. This map has been the same the whole night.
Well, Smack, you're pretty tall. What's up?
What you doing? What are you about to do?
That's the light map. Okay. That's the light.
I'm just waiting for my food to get ready. I'm just chilling, really.
Order.
Hey, Tony.
Right.
I didn't order nothing.
Bill?
What's up, bro?
No, I went grocery shopping yesterday. Remember I told you I had some fish and some fries?
Yeah.
I got all
Oh,
kinds
you
of stuff.
cook?
Key, what's going on, Key?
What up, Golden? What's good, bro? How are we?
Ain't shit on beautiful voice.
Wow, Ted Cruz wins re-election. Man, believe it. Another
Oh, he's so shitty.
Republican in office in Texas. I mean, it was a tough one.
The
That
ultimate
was a really tough
blowhard
one.
of Congress.
Really, he really is. I mean, but I don't think that. I think it was a good chance, a good try for the Democrats to try to take Texas, but it's always been a red state.
I guess that dance party with Beyonce didn't pay off at the end, huh?
It did not pay off.
Dance party with Beyonce. Hey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next panel coming up in the next 2 minutes, War on Women. So stay tuned.
third panel, so they didn't got people up there talking. I might have to watch. Like, don't tell nobody, but when they be talking, I'll be watching like NFL highlights and stuff.
No, I'm saying
Don't
I'm on
tell them,
Facebook right now. I'm live.
Guess who ain't mad
You know what I
at
mean?
you?
Once they had
Guess
it
who ain't mad
left.
at you?
Yo, what up, Facebook? What's
Don't
poppin' with
tell them I
y'all?
said. Don't tell them I said.
Who y'all
I
voting
ain't
for?
tell
Drop it in the
nobody
comments.
nothing, man. Ain't none of my
Yeah, drop it in the comments. I need to know these people. What are y'all? Who are y'all voting for?
Right. I'll be
You know
listening
what I'm
a little
saying?
bit.
Y'all sticking between the two parties. What y'all doing?
Yeah. And then I'm gonna go sit up right up front on the front row, like I'm really. Never mind.
Hello, Tony.
What up, what up, what up, what up?
Bathroom break.
Bathroom break. What you got? Take a Duke Nuke?
Okay, how do I get up
You
there?
ate some Mexican
I'm trying
food?
to explore now. So I've been through this part of the world, and I'm seeing things up there, and I'd like to go up there. So, what is happening here? Yeah, I'm floating. I like that. I'm gonna show y'all what I look like right now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm floating in the air right now. This is me. I know. I'm cute. All right. Missed that one.
Oh.
Go ahead and stand up.
There we go.
Take your shirt off.
How do I get up there?
No joke, you weren't kidding. There is a lot of people here.
Shotla? What
It's
does
wild,
this word
yo.
represent?
Oh, hi.
What's up, what's up?
I don't know if you
Oh, sorry. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kristin. Welcome to America Decides. Our panel tonight is War on Women. We have some amazing people on the panel. Let's welcome them in. We have Kia. Come on out, Kia. We have Inati. Come on out, Inati.
Hey, everybody.
We have Jen. And we have Unique. Did I mess up?
It's Queen Lili, but it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
Sorry, Queen. We have Queen. Today, we're discussing a topic that's been at the forefront of social and political discourse for decades. The ongoing war on women. This phrase that encapsulates a complex array of issues from reproductive rights and gender equality to systemic discrimination and violence against women. Tonight, we dive into the various facets of this war. We examine its historical roots and its contemporary manifestations and its far-reaching consequences. We hear from all of our experts here and let them shed light on the challenges women face and explore potential solutions to these pressing issues. Tonight, we want to foster informed discussion. We want to promote empathy and inspire action so we're not in the same conversation 4 years from now. When we understand the complexities of these issues, we can work together to create a more just and equitable society for everybody. So with that, why don't we start with an easy question? What do you ladies think are some of the more pressing issues that women are facing today?
Reproductive health issues, funding for programs for the underserved population, and my concern is with if Project 2025 comes into play, how that's going to affect the mortality of women going forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I do too.
I agree, definitely. I think that to me, it's honestly pressing for me a lot because I have 13 siblings in total, like 5 sisters, and I worry about them. I think about them because they are our future, and I know that this is ultimately going to affect them more than it's going to even affect me in the future. And it just, just makes me sad, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with what you're all saying. We really are facing this threat on our productive rights, and so much implications to that. So another question I have is, how does access to reproductive health care impact women's economic and social opportunities?
To me, it's very devastating. They're closing down certain centers that women need for, reproduction, and even when they're pregnant, some of those services that we need to have a healthy birth and stuff. My concerns is I know I had my own miscarriage several times due to my diabetes. It's hard for me at that time to get pregnant. And so I had to go to the doctors to get a scraping because, that's what happens when you have a miscarriage sometimes. And that is illegal. That would be illegal. So that means I could eventually die on the table because of sepsis, I think. I'm not a nurse or anything, but we can't get that medical care. And they keep on closing down centers that perform, certain things, but there's other things that these centers are providing for women, and I have a problem with that. Women are now starting to die, and I'm not with that.
Agreed. And you mentioned after having a miscarriage that you had to get a DNC, but the DNCs
Yes.
are also given for other issues, and if they're out loud, then those health problems go rampant. Heavy bleeding, you get a DNC for that. But if they can't distinguish if it's for reproductive issues versus health issues, then that woman can bleed out, basically.
Yeah.
So I just think that our health and our life is at stake here. Our life is on the ballot. I am past that point, but I'm thinking about the women that are coming up behind, and what they have to face. They don't have the fact that they will not have a choice, possibly will not have a choice, is very disturbing, because how can the government tells women what they're trying to dictate what women can do, but how are they telling men?
Nope.
Are they telling men? Are they dictating what men you can't get a vasectomy, or
you can't get a vasectomy? Exactly.
Well, but yeah, they're not doing that for men, but they're going to tell us.
That's how I feel. It's like it's not even fair. It's not equal. Why are you guys targeting
because
us?
it's a man. It's a man dominated thing,
Yes.
and it's just like I'm
men
just concerned.
And we see that abortion laws don't work. We see, and the majority of women that need like cheaper access or better access are minority women. So it's going to affect minority women forced to have babies in situations that they may not be comfortable with. And those that can afford abortions are still going to afford them. They're just going to go, to different countries
somewhere
or
else,
different states. Yeah, but
abortion bans are not going to eliminate abortions. If people are going to go and do unsafe things, so that's even
back to the back alleys.
Exactly. So it's going back.
Fun fact, I did some research and it actually said that we just started being able to have abortions in 1973. That's not even 2 decades ago at this point. And now it's like they're snatching it right back. Like, what is it going to take, I feel like, for them to give us our own freedom of our own body, of our lives, our reproductive system that has nothing to do with them. They don't even know what our reproductive system looks like. A definition for one word, but they want to have say so on how we have them and when, and in some states they don't even care if you're a victim. You still cannot go have an abortion, which is wild to me. That's so wild because if you're a victim, the word is victim. And being a victim, you should be able to receive help and a proper help and a hand. But no, they don't care. It's like that's very extensive to me as well.
Yeah,
It
rape
reminds me.
victims,
Okay.
molestation. Of a product of being molested myself from my father. I could just imagine if I was pregnant. I wouldn't be able to. So I'm really sensitive about this whole thing situation. It's not good.
Same.
There is currently, I don't know if you all have seen it or if any of you have seen it. There's a series out on Hulu called The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh my God, yes, I've watched it. I had to stop watching it.
It reminds me of that. That this could turn out to be something like that. How they control women, and you're gonna be pregnant, or you're gonna put them in a house with. It's just. It's scary.
It's those same people that are saying you must have this baby, but we're not going to support it in any way.
We're not going to support it in any way.
Don't you dare apply for food stamps or government assistance. You have this baby and you figure it out.
Yeah. If your baby's,
That's worse.
if you're tested and there is something that could, wrong with the baby or whatever, and you're forced to have it, and then you're forced to deal with all those medical costs that come along with whatever that ailment is, because you can't determine, for yourself, because the government is determining it for you, that we're gonna own your womb, basically.
Yes. And I know a lot of people say like, oh, get on birth control. Birth control is not safe. Birth control does not affect every woman the same. And exactly. And in some states, it's actually going to be illegal soon. So
they're finding all these cancers associated.
We have no avenues, literally.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's so many things in it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I know a handful of girls who don't actually use, which is kind of funny because it's in the name, but I know a handful of girls who don't actually use birth control as birth control. They actually have to have it because their menstrual cycle is so heavy and so bad. That's what it's originally made for. It's to damper, not really damper, but to lighten your cycle to be able to function properly. And even the doctors, when you get it, they even state that it's not a permanent thing. It's not ever going to protect you from having a kid.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah.
It's not 100%.
Project 47 from Trump says that they're going to monitor women's menstrual system. Okay, so that means if you miss a period, they're coming knocking at the door and could arrest you. So this is some BS. Really.
I want them to monitor a man's bedroom activity then. That's what I want them to do. You're going to monitor my period. I want you to monitor, what is he doing? Every time he ejaculates, count that.
Do you think like the situation that we're in right now with abortion and all of these other reproductive issues have a lot to do with the religious beliefs of the people making
I was
these
just
attitudes?
about to say that. A lot of people believe, a lot of people believe, especially in multiple different types of religion, that they believe that harming a child, whether it is in the womb or becoming a child, it is sinful. It is technically a sin. And it even states that those who harm the unborn child will, not go to heaven or wherever their,
why are they
religious beliefs are.
Heaven?
Isn't there a separation of state?
It's that
separation
same law
state
that
and religion.
says if you're having
So what
sex
the hell?
outside of marriage, you go to hell as well. So
And these
you're
same
already-
people are
we're all sinning in our own
charge
ways.
of the death penalty. So
Right.
But isn't it true
Good
that
point.
the government is separation of religion and state? Come on.
It's supposed
Why
to
are we
be.
bringing why are we bringing religion into this
Exactly.
situation?
It's behind the closed doors. They're not really saying it on the surface.
But that's a good question.
Well, a lot
Religion is brought into. Go ahead, Lily.
A lot of people. No, you're okay. A lot of people, which I've had discussions with a couple people about this, that some people believe that it should be brought into it because even when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, it has religion in it, and that's why a lot of people want to, you know, get rid of certain things that are in the Pledge of Allegiance because of that certain circumstance, and it's like a red line. It's a very thin red line that we can't really determine, unfortunately.
I feel like another thing with them trying to, you know, control the abortions is the fact that, okay, say the person who cannot afford the child, they try to get an abortion within the time zone, and they cannot because of, you know, whatever reason. Okay, they go on to have the child, they can't take care of the child. What happens when they can't take care of the child? The child gets taken away, goes into a foster home, and a lot of kids in foster homes get neglected and hurt anyway. So it's like you're setting them up for failure after that.
We have this cycle of that just starts over and over again, and it becomes really hard to get out of that cycle, and people don't understand that. Like, they just think that, you know, educating and they have all the opportunities. I've had conversations with people who really truly believe that everybody in this society is afforded the same exact things. And I was like, you have to be kidding me.
They must be
Where
sheltered,
I live,
very sheltered.
We're so sheltered because even where I live, we're so segregated. And you would think that that's not true in New York, but it is 100% true. And in the lower income areas, the schools are worse. The teachers don't care. The education isn't as good. And you're going to tell me those kids have the same opportunities as the kids that are living out in the Hamptons, you know, where the teachers are showing up every single day, are talking, the parents are involved. It's, you know.
Well, I'm a teacher, so what you just spoke on, I feel like I can agree to half of it. I feel like I don't think that the teachers in the minority areas don't care. I think that they're not getting the proper care and they're being neglected as well, which definitely will change what you can do for your children. And I also think that the parents maybe in those areas don't care, and it results in bad feedback and bad communication and just a bad outlook in general. But I don't think just, the teachers don't care. I think that they've been neglected. They've been there working there for years, no raise, no money. They're spending out-of-pocket money for these kids. So, yeah, that's what I think about that part.
I think even recently on another platform in here, we were discussing about how some parents and teachers, like, isn't there, I think there's like, since we're voting, right, that there are cases where you can vote for specific, like, board members and stuff like that, and some parents don't either care to go to vote, to get their opinion out there, don't know the right ways to do it, all that type of stuff, which could lead into a cycle of, okay, well, this person was in this board, they're not good, but I don't know when to vote, how to vote, whatever, I'm just gonna skip it, doesn't really matter, and then that person is still there, and that nothing changes.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It's important to vote. Let's just say it's important to vote, y'all. Okay.
Your vote is your voice.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
How do we make sure that we empower girls and young women with education and mentorship? How do we make sure that that happens so we're not continuing these cycles?
I think panels like this, first of all, help. Platforms like this, women like you, just speaking out about it, you know, not remaining quiet, posting, reposting posts that are about women empowerment, speaking to your teenage daughters or your teenage nieces, and, you know, and making sure they're aware, or just sitting down with them, watching the election with them so they can see how things are changing in front of them. I know they're probably going to fight you on it, but you got to do what you got to do.
Reach one, teach one.
I think if we happen to lose this situation, you're going to see a big rise up of females, big time. And that's when we're going to take care of ourselves. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be pushed to the wall. And then we're going to have some leaders come out and really, really step up. And I hope that America just listens and take care of your daughters. You know, I feel bad for my daughter. I really do. She's 22 years old, and I'm like, God, she can't even live her life. You know, it's sad. It's a sad state right now.
And I personally, I don't. How do I explain this? It's not just, you know, women's right of reproductive systems and all that stuff. Literally, it's our right. It's our right in general. You know, the fight for women's suffrage began in the 19th century, and since then we have been fighting to have our voices heard and to prove that, you know, we are all equal. We all bleed red. We all do what we need to do to survive. And in order for us to be able to grow as a community and a nation, we all have to understand that we all are equal. And it's hard for, especially for me, like in my real outside of meta life, I am an IT specialist. You do not hear women become being an IT. It is very rare. My previous company, I was the only woman in IT, and you would be surprised how many people have called in and said, "Oh, can I speak to someone who's in IT?" Yes, that would be me. Oh, I didn't know women were in IT. I didn't know you could be IT. Yes, watch me fix your issue. And you'd be surprised that out of all of the stuff that has happened in that company, I was ranked number 1 out of every single man in there. We can have our voices heard, and we can go above and beyond anything. And to step back and to have things happen again before the suffrage and all that stuff, it's disheartening, especially when we worked so hard to get where we're at now, you know? And the only way we can do it is to just, you know, teach, you know, get our voices heard. Some people will, you know, there are women out there that do believe that it's correct and we should do it like this, and there are women out there that aren't. Overall, I think we all just need to come together and find a middle ground and work together to make it better for us.
Yeah. Glad to know a fellow IT specialist. I'm a data engineer. I build data.
Girl, let's go.
Man, look at all these powerful women we have on this panel. Did you know that even in women-dominated careers, things like teachers, social workers, nurses, you still, as a woman, are going to make 82 cents to the dollar on a man? We're still underpaid.
Oh my gosh! Exactly.
In women-dominated careers.
It's a huge wage gap still, even right now.
I attended a webinar, and it was basically saying how they did studies on NPTs, non-promotional tasks, and they put men and women in the room and asked for someone to volunteer to take notes. No man
shocker
did not no men volunteered. The woman volunteered. There were other tasks that were considered women tasks. Men did not volunteer. The woman did it, and the woman did it because they knew it had to get done. I think we take on these jobs and everything and we accept the lower pay than the man or whatever. We know that the things have to get done. We have to take care of our families and everything. But I don't see the men that are in charge now seeing us as equal. And I think it's going to be a constant fight to be on that level. And I believe that they are intimidated by us, that they'll lose control of something. if they let
Mhm.
us, if they start
If they
looking
let-
at us as equals.
As equals, yes.
We'll take their jobs.
Exactly.
Like
You know?
Kamala, exactly. They're scared. I think they're scared for her to become president. I think a lot of people are scared of her to become president. They're not. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. I don't think a lot of people are ready for a woman, specifically a black woman, to be president right now. I think they're worried about her doing a good job, actually better job than the rest.
But
And I'll
and
stop.
even if she does a good job, even when she does a good job, I'm gonna speak that in existence. She's still gonna have to fight extra hard to get the approval of the man.
Of the men, yes. Of Congress, of everyone. She's gonna have to still go through the things.
I can't
Don't
wait
just go
for the
through her.
day that we don't have to talk like this, man. I can't wait.
Oh my
for the
goodness.
day.
Will that day come? I will that day come?
Will that day come? That's a good question, and will that day ever come that we're not having these same tired conversations about whether we are equal, whether we deserve the same pay, whether our children, how can our children break into tech programs and STEM programs, and how do we make sure we're all getting the same access as everybody else? Will that day ever come?
You know what I
Then we
hate
have a
about when
man
we
that's
talk about these
running.
things? Go ahead.
We have a man that's running who's convicted, who's pulling pussies and all this. This is we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Oh,
This person who's running.
Hey, he said
I mean,
it first.
come
guys.
on, man.
He said
Yes,
it
he
on
did.
TV.
Let's put down facts, man. Look at this man. I mean, convicted, assaulting women. He disrespects the vice
And
president.
proud of it.
And everybody's voting for this man. This is crazy.
He's a man. He's a man.
To go back to what I was
and
saying,
his opponent is a woman.
right? I feel like every time we bring up the conversation of, oh, we need equal rights, I feel like it gets really petty. And it starts turning to, oh, well, you guys can pay 50-50, or you guys can take out the trash, or you guys can do these things, and you can do this and that. I'm like, okay, we're talking about reasonable things and we already do those things, but we're also talking about things that we literally had to fight for, like to vote, to get better wages, to do the bare minimum things, to get a credit card, to be looked at as like as a human, pretty much,
to be taken
that's where we're coming
seriously.
from, to be taken. That's where we're coming from. We're talking about a deeper point when we say these things, and I feel like a lot of people look at it as like in an immature way, like, oh, okay, strong as us, or stuff like that. And I'm like, that's not the point. And some of us are as strong as you.
But shout out to the men that supports us. Shout out to the men that support us.
Definitely, there's plenty of men out there that are supportive
but
of women.
Those that are petty can have they're not directly affected.
Yes.
So they don't know what we are going through. They don't know how we feel. They don't care.
Right.
So
They'll never understand it.
Exactly.
They might. It'll just have to take them a women's panel.
You know what
maybe.
it takes? It takes someone that they're close to being affected before a charge.
Yes, their mom, sister, wife.
Absolutely. And you look at that with like, mental health care. I think it's Reagan, who had like a severely mentally ill daughter, and he led that charge on like equal access to mental health care. He started building institutions for people, to get help in. It's crazy that we're in this situation. We have to wrap up this panel. And
wow,
yeah, we can talk
that
all
went
day
fast,
about this
didn't it?
I didn't even realize that time went by.
Fast. We could take questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions or comments that they want to offer. Yeah. MF Sun has
Sherwin, do we?
Go up to MF Sun over there with the microphone.
We won't bite. We won't bite.
We won't bite.
Men.
Some more than others. Yeah, some more than others.
They might bite.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll ask a question. Since nobody has come up. So, as women, how do you think we can coexist as the powers of has flipped per se?
I think personally, you taking us as seriously as you take yourselves. We are just as good workers as you. We are, just as regular people as you. We deserve every single right that men deserve. And it's not fair that we constantly have to have this discussion. Minority women even more so than white women, and that's just freaking sad that in 2024 we're having this conversation. This is crazy to me. It's almost unbelievable.
Listen, I as a man, I totally agree. I think this is a non-issue. I think that this is something that has been produced to let us believe that we can't do this and this person can't do this. I think that it's obvious that certain people can't do certain things and other people can do other things. We are supposed to compensate on each other. I'm a married man. I have a daughter, and I want my daughter to be able to find a mate who can complement her on the things that she's weak on, and vice versa. So I think that once we start to do that, we'll definitely get there.
Definitely, we can advocate for ourselves, but we need
like accountability.
We
and
need
hold your
you
friends
to-
accountable.
We need another president in the damn office. That's what we need. Someone we can respect.
Exactly.
And who can
But
understand
we need men
what
to
we
advocate
need.
for us. We need the men more men
Yes,
to advocate
that.
for us.
It's wild though, because as a woman, when you start advocating for yourself, and I know I'm going to go over time here, but you just brought up a really good point. Do you find that you'd be considered the aggressive one or the bitchy one, or
Yes,
when
of
I'm
course.
telling you?
Oh my goodness. Of course.
Absolutely.
I tried to
stand
B on
on
that.
business. It's like, ooh, she's aggressive, or that was aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, no, but if you're in a boardroom and why aren't you considered the same way in a boardroom?
Right?
That's
No,
right.
you're an assertive man, but an aggressive
Am I
woman.
supposed to be soft and demure? I mean, really? We're
cutesy and
talking
mindful.
business here.
No, because then they won't take you. Then they really won't take you seriously if you were too soft. And as I feel like I'm gonna go even further. As a black woman, we make the wrong move and we're automatically aggressive. So it's really hard.
Angry.
If you're
black
gonna
woman.
call me
Angry
a
black
bitch,
woman.
you better put a capital B on that, okay? Because I'm coming there shooting.
Miss.
That's right.
So I think that's where we
queen next to
end
that.
this panel, which makes me sad because I really enjoyed talking with all of you ladies.
This was awesome. This was awesome.
Yeah.
This was
Girl
great.
power.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We have CNN coming on next, and then our next panel should be really fun and exciting, or informative and exciting, and that's with Unique Soul, for International Affairs. I hope you guys stay tuned, and we shall see you around.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Give it up for the War on Women panel hosted by Kristin. That was a really good panel, MF son. I really enjoyed that. I think we have four confident women. I love the use of the word demure. That wasn't, they weren't shy about that word.
Right?
But
That's right.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map, MF.
For a great America. Yep. Let's look at this map over here.
Absolutely.
So, right now, as you see, we haven't called any newer states. We're kind of in a standstill, so I'll leave that other side the way that is. But looking at the predictability map, we have here something that we put together on some of the states that possibly may go the other way. So we're looking here over at Illinois, right? So Illinois was called blue. Montana hasn't been called blue, but let's say it was called blue. It was called blue. We could see that Kamala would be up at 280. Again, none of the West Coast stuff has come in either, but we're looking at most likely the further west we go is the further blue will go. So we just picked these at the edge: California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington. Like all of these think that will go her way. She is from the West Coast. She knows it well, and she did a lot of campaigning during the campaign. Then we're looking at Arizona.
Yeah, let's do it. You want to do a quick swing state check? We can do a quick swing state check right now. Let's check in with all the swing states, all right? So Florida, right, is the one that we have the most data for right now. 95% reporting is in. 56% of people voted for Trump. So I think we can declare Florida as Trump. All right, looking at the next highest reported one, we've got Georgia. 80% of reporting is in, and it's 52% Trump. So really close race there. The last 20% of reporting as that comes in is going to really determine who wins over Georgia. All right. And then we got, let's see, we've got North Carolina with 66% of the reporting in. 51.9% of people are voting for Trump in North Carolina. All right. Another really big swing state that we have right now is Pennsylvania. 44% of reporting is in, and 49% of people are voting for Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania right now is swinging towards Harris. All right, Arizona's got 34% of the reporting in. Like MF Sun just said, we're getting more data from the West Coast. It is leaning voting for now 49%, but like he said, it is 34% of reporting, so still a lot of time on that one. And then we've got Wisconsin as well on the West Coast. 37% of reporting is in, and it's leaning towards Trump. All right, 49.5% is leaning towards Trump. All right, so that's a little check-in on the swing states. As we know in history, right, swing states play a big role.
Arizona to see what that Arizona would look like if it was red, and it came at 280 for Kamala and 258 for Trump. But he still wouldn't.
Well, you know what? Missouri is probably going to go to Trump. Let's check in on Missouri real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Missouri has 31% of reporting, so we're still getting that, but 52% are voting for Trump. So Missouri is leaning towards.
Okay. Okay. We'll turn that over to red.
To be honest, I know New Mexico has been a toss-up, but New Mexico right now, I'm looking at 21% of voting right now in New Mexico, and it's leaning towards Trump. 52% of people are voting for Trump in New Mexico.
Okay.
And Arizona right now is 49.6% for each candidate. So Arizona is literally tied, 49.6 for Donald Trump and 49.6 for Kamala Harris.
Yep, I'm St. Louis.
34%
that leaves us at 262. No one has get to 270 just yet. So again, we did predict that it was going to be in Arizona earlier, in the earlier hours showing. So it's possible that it might be Arizona.
But
Shout out to my
Arizona is definitely going to play a pivotal role because right now I know it's really early, but Minnesota is also leaning towards Trump, 57%. We only have 2% of voting in, but it is right now leaning towards Trump. So if we take that 10 away, Kamala Harris only has a very slight margin.
Hey, look.
Okay, so I'm at
Kamala fell
Minnesota.
behind.
I just. Yep, he's at 272 if that Minnesota goes in red.
Okay.
That was a whole different animal right there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, thank you guys. We're here at America Decides 2024. We just finished the War of Women panel. Next up is the International Affairs with host Unique Soul. So thank you for sticking by. International Affairs is coming up next at 10:30. Thank you for being here. America Decides 2024.
There's a lot of Republicans in Raleigh. Republicans be running Raleigh.
Mm.
Yeah, especially in school.
Yeah,
season.
you are out
But
there. You
last
are out there.
elections,
Yeah.
yeah,
So you still have one more panel.
yeah, they go back and forth. We'll see. North Carolina's still coming in though. Ohio's definitely red.
I feel like North Carolina is red though too. No.
I'm sure it's gonna be red. North Carolina. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I hope not. I hope not.
I don't know. They go vote. They flip flop.
There's so
Do
much
they?
Trump
I've not-
supporters there. You going on the highway, you see a whole bunch of Trump stuff.
That's true. But last time they voted against him.
Last year, no, the last one they were red too. I don't know about Obama. I can't remember back then, but I know.
Yeah, Obama, we were definitely blue.
Okay.
We were like, yeah. Yeah, we were blue.
Okay.
I think I wet myself that day.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What's going, Fabershade? You good?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Oh, let me.
Hey,
What's
Sherwin.
going on?
Hey,
Let me
doing
say hi
good.
to
We were definitely blue.
Mm. Oh my god. I'm over here looking at food. Yeah, New York is blue. You know, so I'm over here looking at
y'all
food.
here
and
is
DoorDash.
always
I ain't even, it ain't even what I want.
Look,
I'm just looking.
I haven't eaten. I have not even eaten, and I'm like,
I, I went to Longhorn and got an appetizer after I was fooling with the computer. I got two of them, so I got another one. There's they have this nice little chicken, spicy chicken joint, chili chicken.
I just got off a panel.
Around at Longhorn. They're not chicken tender. They're like chicken bites. Yeah. So I got two of them earlier today when I was dealing with the computer. And so I ate one of them. Yeah, exactly. I ate one of them, and I got another one sitting over there on the stove in the kitchen. You know, so but I'm over here looking at from work. I was like, can I get Longhorn from work? They so good. I'm like, no, I can't get Longhorn at work.
They have another one, another panel.
Raising Cane's is opening up on December 10th.
And then it got to me, and he was
in
like,
my
all right,
area.
he said, I'm gonna need, he said, good news. I said, the best for last. Give me some good news.
5 minutes from the house.
Everybody started laughing.
Sounds like 15 minutes from my house. Exactly. It's like 15 minutes from my house and probably like 5 minutes from my job. I'm like, oh my god. When they hit that, when Raising Cane's open up, I'm be like, look, let me get that extra cane sauce and some chicken tenders.
I'm here to support. I'm here. I'm gonna get me a glass of wine. I'm
So,
my
at work,
My son
I'm
worked
be
very
like, look, I'm gonna get that like
putting
twice a
people
week.
under
I wish I had
other
wine, man.
They really meant, hey, how you doing, Mr. Foster?
Mr. Foster, you want your regular deal? You want your bread? You want your toast buttered on both sides? Yes, I do. You know what I'm saying? Hello.
Oh, nice. Which one is it?
Yeah.
That's that cheat code. I even know the cheat code, but we ain't even got one in my area. Yeah. I know the cheat code. Let me get my toast buttered on both sides, so I get the fresh toast. You know what I'm saying? Texas toast. And let me get a couple extra cane sauces. You know what I'm saying? So
It seems like they be promoting.
I got like a month.
They promote quick in there too, because like
and then
the guy
Raising Cane's will be open.
interviewed me.
I looked at the other day and I was like
3 weeks before me. He just got
promoted. All right. Yeah, I've been building it for a long time. So
Just open up my tab.
Y'all been building it. Y'all been building this Raising Cane's for like 6, 7 months. You know what I'm saying? This should be open by now.
Yeah, I love security architecture.
Y'all gonna wait till the snow comes before you know what I'm saying. Y'all had it. Okay. All right then, Raising Cane's.
Think we might have it in now?
I am really sad about my computer.
Now I'm lead sidebar exercises. I know.
I'm not sad that I had to spend. I'm not sad I had to spend more money. I'm just sad I'm not in here.
All right. We're looking at the data. It looks like Colorado is going to Harris. All right. Very leaning towards Harris. All right. And Utah has just started their reporting, and they're leaning towards Trump. All right. Pennsylvania, interesting enough. We might need to change our projected map MF All right, because right now we've got 50% of reporting in, and it is very close, but Trump has a slight lead. 50% with Kamala Harris at 48.5.
Whoa.
Arizona,
You say
also a
landslide?
very tight race. Arizona, a very tight race right now. We only have 38% of the reporting in, but 50% is Trump, 49.1% is Kamala Harris. So another very
Just a
close
call on
race
that one.
in Arizona. Too close to call. We still have a lot of time. Mm-hmm.
Is this an actual election thing?
It is.
Who's the red? Hey, you're late. You're late.
Sorry to say, I'll hit him with the, you know what I'm saying? No Republican president who's living is backing him. They all said they voted for Kamala. That's crazy. That's crazy. No living vice president or president is backing him.
This is my thing.
Can you vote?
Everybody's complaining about inflation and they're complaining about taxes.
Voting
Tax
already
laws have
should
not
be
been
already
changed
over.
since him. He's the one that created them.
I'm not allowed to be
And inflation is because he gave out money like a dumbass.
But yeah, it's just the event we just
Not only he
finding
gave
out
out money,
who's
but
gonna become
he
the president
mishandled the
has
pandemic.
to.
So, you know what I'm saying? So
He mishandled so many things, but you know what?
it is what it is, you know. I'm like, you know, I hope we can live. Only thing that I don't care. I wouldn't have cared if he won or not if the guardrails haven't been taken off the presidency.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? The guardrails is what I'm like, you know what I'm saying? The president can do anything now. You know what I'm saying? So
he's the one that took him off.
Yeah, his people took him off. His people took him off.
He put everybody in place to take everything off.
They took all the guardrails off the presidency. Whatever happened to the presidency, you can't be held accountable for anything.
We don't have a system of checks and balances anymore. That was our fathers put in place, and that's the problem.
It looks like Trump. I think Trump is winning right now.
If we did, I wouldn't have cared. I'd been like, man, we got to stuff to do 4 more years to this dude. You know what I'm saying? Type deal.
47.2.
It didn't used to be a problem before we had system of checks and balances.
Another question.
We do it now, and that's coming from somebody who's working in D.C.
Yeah,
when this dude was in office.
The actual person gets elected. Like, when
You
do you
said
think
how
that?
long?
That's the reason I left government.
Like, how long until like the next person actually gets
And the fact that
in office?
his
Like whoever
Should
wins.
be around
choice for
because they got to do the inauguration and
Trump
stuff
don't
like
make
that,
it
so
through
it
the
should
next
be around
if he
January.
wins and he don't make it through the next 4 years. Who do we have? We got Vance.
I thought it meant like
Yeah, they gotta be put in and everything.
Nobody else
Still
wanted to
underneath
back
Joe
him.
Biden.
Yeah,
it don't happen overnight.
Right. His old vice president did not want to back him. Pence didn't want to back him. He'll never be up in that White House again.
Okay, have a good one.
There was so much chaos when he was in there, and like a lot of people don't understand. Who don't understand politics don't understand how he affects everything. Especially somebody making 6 figures, because taxes are crazy right now. Crazy.
Yes, they are. Michigan still holding out. Come on, Michigan. What's taking y'all so long to count the votes? You know what I'm saying? We need to just come on, yo. They at 19%, and it's 51-47.
And I can't believe they put Ted Cruz back in there. Texas just is a glut for punishment. They are a glut for punishment.
I'm so sick of Ted Cruz.
Texas and Florida are like wild west type deal.
That's why I'm ready to leave Texas. Good Lord.
Texas is they're a glut for punishment. It's like Ted Cruz.
What's going on?
That idiot. When Aaron Richards
She said she's ready to leave Texas.
Start going down.
You said you're ready to leave Texas?
Leave Texas, because I'm sick of it.
Hey.
Come on, lady. Come on, yo.
But I thought enough Democrats moved to Texas
Virginia
to swing it a little bit.
Yeah. Dang, Virginia is like 0.1%. Oh my God.
Virginia usually is.
Welcome
to America Decides 2024. Our next panel, International Affairs, hosted by the one and only Unique Soul at 10:30. All the panels, please report to the back.
All the panels report to the back. They need a picture. They need you back there.
It's me, Ahmed, and Aussie, so we're already here.
You doing international?
You on every panel.
I'm not. You on every panel? It's crazy.
You on every panel up there. Go on back there. They need you.
What's going on with you, Elsa?
No.
Oh, did you re-enter?
I muted.
Oh, okay. I thought you could get over the space blocker.
I
Jen, did
so
you
to
open the
Ted
code in?
Cruz,
Oh, okay, yeah,
and
you
I'm
did.
not even in Texas.
Okay.
I'm sick of him.
I'm not on that panel.
We are
Yeah,
all
sick
sick
of
of
him.
Ted Cruz.
Blocker.
We all sick of Ted Cruz, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's me, Aussie,
Little Walrus
MF
man.
Sun.
You know what I'm saying? We all sick of him.
That was crazy. He
Where's
went on
Aussie?
vacation to
Is
Mexico
Aussie guy here?
while Texas was drowning. I'll never forget that.
Doing that, doing the hurricane, yeah. What's up, Juice Smash? What's good, yo?
Hey, how are you?
Aussie guy, you got 10 minutes until the panel. So if you want to come to the main area.
I can't
So,
do
I mean, you know,
oh my god.
it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? All I can do is pray about it type deal.
Oh, you good.
I hope my man doesn't, you know what I'm saying, flip the dictator.
I think we have one more spot on this
be
panel.
like,
When
you know
Trump
what
is
I'm
in
saying? This
office,
is my
that's a
country.
good time to be poor.
Anybody just do you want to be on a panel? Keith,
No,
are
it's
you okay?
not a good time to be
Extremely
poor.
poor.
It's a good time to be rich. It's a good time to be rich.
He probably don't want to do
It's an excellent time to be
You want to do the
rich,
panel?
but
You want to do a panel?
can't get there. It's a good time to be poor.
What panel?
Because the middle class, we get
It's
squashed.
international affairs.
Hey, man.
Oh my God, Jesus, bro.
Look, let me hold out for another 4 years.
Y'all always pull me, you know what I'm saying? Because
I'm just
I'm always pull me on a super clutch.
I'm gonna need a second damn job. I get paid real good money.
Let him just enjoy himself. He's okay.
That's why
He's not gonna do anything
I
out
need a
there
job to
anyways
pay the
in the
taxes.
He's gonna sit there and look pretty. He's gonna sit there and look pretty anyways. We know he's not gonna do anything out there.
Lord Jesus.
Go be on the panel, Keith.
I'm gonna have to. I'm definitely gonna have to start a business. I know that much. I need some tax
8 minutes,
soldiers.
9 minutes.
I'm gonna have to go to Trump school of not paying taxes.
Just take a shot and go.
Start some kind of business that tailors
But if he
around
actually
you
comes,
using
are
your car
you gonna
and
actually
computer and
participate
stuff.
in the conversation
Car,
about
computer,
international
house.
If he gets
Okay.
there, he will.
I need all of that written off.
I just love this avatar. It's
I already
so
maxed
cool.
out my HSA.
I love your avatar.
I was like, give me the entire 8,500.
You love my avatar, brother? Thank you, man. All right, let me see what your avatar is, though.
Just being a suit.
I kind of want to do the fusion.
Oh, I like your avatar. Nice suit, man.
Thank you so
Nice
much.
outfit. Yeah, man. Looking hella dapper, my brother.
Indeed, I've tried, bro.
Yeah.
You walking along like, nope,
I like it.
I don't like, It's too much. The anxiety is like.
I know. I feel like I'm at like a never-ending football game that just keeps like going back and forth. Like how you said, yeah, exactly. Like a football game, but it feels never-ending. Like.
Oh boy, Atlanta.
And be back, y'all. And be back.
Oh, nice.
Oh, they don't even have the votes for Gwinnett County. Okay.
Well, let me tell them over there.
Ted Cruz. Oh my God, that dude.
Oh, they done moved on. Okay.
Gwinnett and DeKalb is still out in Georgia, so.
Okay. Want some candy? Connie? Okay. Got two candy. 84% Clayton. Jesus. Yeah. he posted, and okay, it says the same thing. We watched the same thing. I'm watching on my computer too. A huge batch.
Okay, Virginia's blue. Okay, hold on, Virginia. Hold on to that blue.
Yep, I see.
Does anybody want to scream? I want to scream.
I don't want to scream. I gotta go. I gotta go to work and face them folks. If it don't go my way, well, you know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna get the GG. Good game. Tell them
So did
GG
you want to be
tomorrow.
on it or not?
I will, bro. If y'all have to, you know what I'm saying. If y'all need people, you know
He's
what I'm
gonna be
saying.
on it.
We only have one
I will
spot,
be.
so that's why I'm asking. Yeah, we have one spot.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
he'll
saying.
be
I
on it.
will be. You know what I'm saying. You know.
Okay. So then come here, put in the code.
Go. What are y'all doing? Krista, you in the kitchen again?
Hey sis, yeah. Oh my gosh, I got off from work and had this hour-long call for
Ohio. Hold on.
the fraudulent activity for my card.
Hey,
They
T.
still hadn't fixed it.
Ohio. I
So I'm
think I
like,
had Ohio up there
I
already.
missed
Yep, Ohio.
lunch and everything. Hey, Nani.
Yep. I'm gonna be
I
semi-quiet,
missed
but you
lunch
know,
and
so now I'll be on the
everything.
couch.
They
Well,
told
you
me
should
I was
you know.
She's saying the opening.
I'm gonna tell
you did.
Unique right now.
Oh, well, I already know that you're.
Thank you for coming to America Decides 2024. We are 5 minutes away from the next panel, International Affairs with Unique Soul. Stick on by. We're about to start our panel in 5 minutes.
Yo, can you see your
Can't have
your
any.
microphone icon when you talk?
Maddie's.
Yeah.
What about you? Can you see your microphone icon when you talk?
You can turn that on. Yeah.
No, because
His
I
is
want it. I
disabled.
can't see it. That's what I'm saying.
I think you have it disabled. There is an
Nah,
option for
I
that.
You can turn
have
it on
mine
and
set
use the
to always.
interface.
I have mine set to always on.
In your settings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting on
How are
Switchy
you
early because
doing?
he said he fell asleep and didn't vote. I was like, really? He's lucky New Jersey was blue because he would have really got an earful.
Jersey carried him. He
And I
literally
want
fell
you to go to
asleep
bed and not give mommy a half.
because he
Okay.
was supposed to go with his sister.
I'm like, I told you to go early. I voted early.
Yeah, I'm vote by mail, so I'm the delegate for my family, so like I let everybody know what's on the prop for California election, and then forward it over to everybody
Understood. I
so they
convinced
can
him to be
review
on the
and
panel. But
confirm.
California is always blue. We can count on
Blue, I
Cali.
know, but
Wait.
Freedom is on the
Colorado. Was
property.
Colorado blue too?
Yes, blue too,
Yeah.
and they didn't have my vote, but
Are you on PCBR?
they were blue.
Because after this panel, Maryland's
So I'm
definitely
proud of
blue.
them.
How's it going in here,
I'm proud
guys?
of them, but Colorado is blue for another election.
You knew it was gonna be a long night in here.
Yeah, either if you're lagging.
Have a good night and thanks
Put the
for
code in if you
coming.
need to.
You
You want to come up there?
welcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to come up here with us.
I'll talk to you later. Okay. Derwin, 3 minutes.
Florida. It's like,
Yeah,
why they got
I'm
10
about to.
minutes back
So
in there?
you'll be here, and I told Peep she can join you here too, because MF Son and I are gonna go back there.
Y'all glutton for
All right, son, you ready?
Y'all are
I'm ready.
for punishment.
Let's
For
do one
real.
more announcement that's gonna
They
start in
honestly
1 minute.
don't
Like do the
want
announcement in 1
nice
minute.
They
And
were
then say it's gonna start
drowning in
soon.
a daggone hurricane, and this man went on vacation in Mexico and left them to drown.
And then to act like he didn't.
Hey, Natty, cool, how you doing?
Welcome, everybody, to America Decides 2024. I have Miss People's Publicist joining me at the table. We're ready to do international affair, guys, with Unique Soul is our next panel. And it'll be starting in 1 minute. So, how do you like it so far, peeps?
Hello, everyone. I'm still on the edge of my seat. It's a lot right now.
I
I mean,
know.
I knew we would see a whole bunch of red before we saw blue. That's usually how it
Yep.
trends in all elections. But you know, it's definitely I'm still on high right now. Nerves are still high. So we're here. We knew we'd be here for a long time. We knew it'd be a long night. So
Yes, a long night. Uh-huh. We are about to start our next panel, International Affairs, with host Unique Soul. I hope everybody's enjoying this experience. It's going to be a long night, guys, but let's stick it through. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
I know. These numbers that they got up, it got me nervous. I know. Right? The projected numbers versus the realistic numbers. I kind of just want to go to sleep and hope for the best and then wake up and everything going to be all right.
How's it going?
Oh, what I was saying was like you see all the red on the board, right? Like you would think,
Yeah.
oh, that means Trump wins.
I don't know if y'all remember.
And then it's like wild because then
Are we ready, guys?
the 54, the 28, all the higher numbers of these other places normally throws it off by so much.
Remember being arrested? Remember when he was getting out of office?
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, that was when they stormed the Capitol.
Apparently,
Oh,
there's like 277 electoral votes compared to 200.
if you are in the White House area, you can start to make your way back over here now. We're about to have International Affairs with Unique Soul.
I hope Trump don't win.
Rapper. They start talking guns. That's why I jump in. I will be the one person they hate tonight. I will be saying outlandish things.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Yeah. Oh no, it's great. What's your view? So I can bully you?
I don't know.
I'm kidding. I pointed in that general direction. I did not mean to like.
Yeah, okay, maybe keep the fingers down for right now.
Yeah, keep the fingers down. I talk with my hands a lot. I'll point this way at the board. Like
Okay,
after like look
yeah,
at you.
just...
Like,
Well, you don't have to look at me. It's okay. I'm with you. I haven't left your side.
Let me turn you on.
all right.
Yeah, there you go. This is his final. Oh, wow. You're rocking a backpack.
Like it's funny because the only reason that a lot of these states are blue is only because like the major cities.
Yeah. Well, I mean, California is like primarily a blue state, no?
On the outskirts.
Oh, I know.
Coming
I'm
to the
just trying
stage,
to,
Unique Soul.
fix how I'm
Mainly
sitting.
places
But
like
okay.
San Francisco, San Diego.
All right. Hey, everyone.
They have such a dense population.
I'm Unique Soul, and for this panel, we're going to dive into the topic of international affairs. So that means we're just going to discuss and break apart how the election results will impact politics and policies around the world as it pertains to America. So as we all know, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, they each have very different approaches to international issues, and a change in administration can lead to shifts, in our foreign policy. So we're just going to take a moment. We're going to unpack some of these things with our participants on this panel. So I'm going to go ahead and bring them out. And ironically, this panel is going to be a contrast from the last panel we just had, because this panel is going to be all men and not all women. So we're going to have Sherwin.
Hello.
MF Sun.
Yo.
And Chi.
Yo, what's up, fam?
Hello, guys. Thank you all for joining me up here tonight.
So, you good? No, you're fine. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive into it. I'm going to talk about first up foreign aid in America's image. So some people argue that helping other countries strengthens our influence across the world, but others believe it's a strain on taxpayers. I want to know what's your take on that.
Well, I think just to start things off, there's a definite contrast, like you said, in the candidates and their points of view when it comes to these international issues. For example, right, Trump, he's pretty much, and I think why a lot of people relate to Trump is because he's pretty much sick and tired of, America paying other countries for things like tariffs, making deals with countries, right? Nuclear deals or deals with Russia or North Korea, right? For a nuclear deal, and pretty much paying these countries, right? For no reason. And so that was a big, message in the Trump campaign, right? Was that they didn't want to be, pushovers anymore as a country. And they wanted to, assert their power as the most powerful nation of the country, right? On the contrast, right, you have Kamala Harris and her campaign, and what they're really pushing is this peace, right? We want world peace, and to have peace, we have to unfortunately pay, right? Peace comes at a price, right? Unfortunately, peace is not free. And so we do have to pay other countries, right? And give countries aid and support countries like Ukraine, for example, right? Ukraine's a lot smaller, and, they don't have the resources and the support that they need, right? To go up against a country like Russia. That's where the U.S. steps in, right? And provides aid to Ukraine. So, we do have to help pay for the price of freedom, and that goes for a lot of the countries that are our allies as well.
Yo, I pay a lot of taxes, yo. You know what I'm saying? I'm in that upper percentile of taxes, so I don't mind paying taxes for, for our people and freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, type of deal. And, we got to represent, we got to hold people off. We got to hold, Russia off. We got to hold these other people off that's threatening democracy. So it is what it is.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I totally agree. I believe that there is a cost of freedom. And if we want people to be free, if we want our democracy to go around the world, somebody has to fit the bill first. Now, I also believe that the countries that can flip the bill should be flipping the bill with us. And that's something that Donald Trump talked about with NATO. And I will give him props for that, because in the beginning, people weren't paying their fair share. And then he said, look, if you don't pay, then we out. And what happened? People started saying, okay, well, if America's not going to pay, we still need this protection, so let us do this. So I feel that as America, we should try to push smaller nations to be better, smarter, more nimble, and more productive economically, so that they can also support the effort of peace.
Okay. All good takes. Sharon, you got something you want to say?
I just want to say, Trump also said that he didn't want to mess with France anymore, so he's pulling out the peace treaty, the Paris peace treaty. And the Paris peace treaty has nothing to do with France. So it has something to do with climate change. So I just think, like the rhetoric on sometimes the Trump campaign is a little bit confusing, because, he's making decisions and he's, using really odd reasons and rationale that just doesn't make any sense. If you're going to pull out of the Paris Treaty, right, have a solid reason, right? You don't say it's because I don't like France. I mean, it has nothing to do with France, right? It's about countries coming together to reduce greenhouse emissions and, climate change, right? So if you think about it, it has nothing to do with France. It's just the messaging is so confusing sometimes.
Good point. I want to jump over to the whole Israel-Palestine, conflict we have going on over there. So with everything happening between, those two, we know that depending on who's elected, we may see more of U.S. involvement or maybe a shift in how we offer support. So, what are your opinions on that, and what do you think may or may not happen? How do you feel about that?
Yo, I think whatever we do, we got to protect the regular civilians. You know what I'm saying? We got to, whatever the policies that go on, you know what I'm saying? Israel got to hit back from where, you know what I'm saying, Palestine and everybody's hit them, you know what I'm saying? But we got to protect the civilians, the people who are not involved in this conflict.
Any other opinions on that, or?
I just think that's the sad thing about war is that there's so many innocent people that die for no reason. It's just stupid political games. You know what I'm saying? It's just power hungry, dictators that just want, resources and power and land and, and it's just people suffer, right? Like just regular people suffer. And it's just really sad.
Yeah. Okay, you're good.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that we as humans cannot get along. That strip of land has been there for a really long time with those people living on it. And Israel has always wanted to make it a beach, like Florida. And you got to be able to be like, yo, we can work together. You can live here. I can live here. This could all be a paradise. Again, it's no secret. I supported Trump in the very beginning. He talked about immigration. Why? And the wall? Because he was a real estate guy. Because I thought he was going to build a palace on the border, and it could be helpful for both sides. That's the same thing I feel about Gaza and Israel and all of those countries that Middle Eastern countries that are prospering from the oil that they had from before. So I just feel that we just said humans need to get along.
Oh yeah, definitely agree with that. I just want to say that all of Florida is not a beach, okay? That's all. That's my state. And, we don't have beaches in every city of Florida. Sharon, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because the question you asked earlier was about taxpayer money. Like, look how much taxpayer money we wasted on Afghanistan. Like the war that we went to in Afghanistan, or like Iraq, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of those wars were pointless because it was a ploy to get oil and resources, like you just said, son. And we convinced the American people that it was war when innocent people suffered just to get resources. So it's just you got to realize these certain things, right? It comes down to what is the real motive behind politicians and what they really want.
Okay. I kind of want to shift the topic just a little, and this kind of ties into the Ukraine war and U.S.-Russia relations. But let's talk about impact of sanctions on like global relations. So, sanctions have become like a common tool in U.S. foreign policy. How effective do you think they really are, and do you think that Harris or Trump would use them differently?
Yo, one person at the beginning of this was like, yo, Putin can do whatever he want to do. This is brilliant. You know what I'm saying? What he's doing, trying to get Ukraine is brilliant. You know what I'm saying? So I feel that one person is like, this is what he needs to do. We need to just go ahead and just hand it over to him. But the sanctions are not working. The sanctions are working to an extent that, if China and India, you know what I'm saying, they are buying the surplus of what Russia can't sell on a deal, then it is what it is.
Okay.
I tell you, it's really frightening because you have all of our enemies coming together, making a currency. That's an issue. However, I do feel that there are enough countries that we have supported around the world that we could come up with some kind of agreement to get these wars over with. I don't think that Russia should have any more land. It's not their land. If you give them one, they'll take more, and they got to be stopped somehow. Now, if America has to say, look, if you don't stop this, we're going to blow a hole in you, then that's what's going to happen. But America is going to win. I believe that. We got the power to do it. My problem is that a lot of times we don't have the we have to go through so many bureaucracies to make a decision that people get hurt in the meantime.
Right. That's a good. Sharon, you want to share something about this? Because I'm gonna move on.
No, I mean, I just,
he said,
I feel like I just don't want to sound like a broken record, but I totally agree. I think that, especially right now, like we are under such a huge lens when it comes to the international landscape. Every country is looking at America, and, even if you have conversations with people across different countries, like they all have different opinions. Some actually do like Trump and some like Kamala Harris because they all have their reasoning, right? And they think that if Trump is president, then maybe their country can benefit from it, right? So I think that, there's a huge lens on America right now. And, it's just so interesting to see these leaders and how they play a role in the decision making that goes on in this country.
Facts.
Yep, we all live on this planet.
Right. Now, I know Key mentioned China, right? So that brings me back to, this question I want to ask you guys about U.S.-China relations. So we know that U.S.-China relations have been pretty tense lately. So do you think Harris or Trump would handle the relationship differently? And what might that mean for our economy and security, depending on what happens with this election?
I think the tariffs from one candidate will affect each and every one of us. You know what I'm saying? Because we live on the cheaper goods from China. So it will estimated cost extra $4,000 per household because that price will be handed down to the consumer. But on the other scale, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We are blocking China from all the extra technology from U.S. and U.S. companies that are attached to us. So, I mean, it's a hand-in-hand type of transaction.
Interesting you said that. So, let me interject really quick. So, should the U.S. rely less on international trade and focus more on local production?
Well, I think that's what Trump is saying. Huh? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keith.
Go ahead, bro.
I think that's exactly what Trump is saying. He's saying that we need more domestic manufacturing, and if you're going to sell in other places, you're going to have to be taxed, right? But if you're going to make something somewhere else and then sell it back to us, that's not going to work. Okay. Or if you're going to be another country like China and make manufacturing in Mexico because we give cheaper tariffs in Mexico, we can't allow you to do that. So a lot of common sense things that are going around, it's just common sense. But if you're in China and this is your company, you're going to be tariffed the same way you would if you were in China. Right. And I guess that's what he's saying. Yeah.
And I know you wanted to share about you have your job in manufacturing. I just want to say this is also just basic economics. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump wants to, for example, have China pay the tariffs, which if you think about it, doesn't really make too much sense because in economics, the people who are importing the goods are usually paying the tariffs, right? If you think about it, if you put a tariff, if you make China pay the tariff, then they're just going to raise their cost of goods. And guess who has to pay for it? The American consumers. Then, companies are going to raise their prices, and then American consumers have to pay higher prices.
It's just a negotiating tool. We cannot sell into China. Okay? We don't, it's not like how it is over there. We don't have American things in China. Because tariff us. They tax us almost 100% to get things into their country. But yet the other way doesn't work the same way. And for a long time, they were a developing nation and they got away with that. Now it's time to stop that and say, hey, you're going to be tariffed the same way I would be tariffed. And get more of our supplies across the world and into their countries by our manufacturing. Because we're the best at it.
But MF son, who's gonna pay the cost? Who's gonna pay the difference?
Right.
It's the people buying the products and the goods, the American consumers.
I think that it will be cheaper. I think that it will get cheaper because we're able to have our products around the world.
No,
you know, as we have as our products in other countries, that means that our companies will be making more money.
Oh dang!
Which means that the cost of it would go down.
You know, it's really interesting because you guys are answering my question. That was my next question, but you guys kind of touched on that. You know, I was going to ask, if we do focus more locally, how do you think that will impact the prices of everyday items that we have here? And you know, you guys mentioned that, you know, it will probably raise prices, but you know, do you think it's worth it if it does raise prices if we do focus locally? Or
again,
you know?
it's go ahead. I'm sorry, Keith.
Yo, when we make semiconductors here in this place, you know, so I work in manufacturing, you know, saying serving like kind of coined on that a little bit. We make semiconductors, we make all our stuff here. It will promote U.S. businesses. So we at a point where, you know what I'm saying, like, look, the pandemic showed a lot, you know what I'm saying? China shut down, we were still going. I work for GM. We couldn't get semiconductors, we couldn't get microchips, we couldn't get anything from anywhere else. So, you know, it's like now that the CHIP Acts that the Biden-Harris administration, you know what I'm saying, submitted, you know what I'm saying, is bringing all the yeah, big Gretch all day with the buffs on. But you know, so the CHIP Act is bringing some of that manufacturing back to U.S. So when that happens, you know what I'm saying, they probably like 14 billion or something like that to different companies to want to make microchips here in the U.S. That we're in a point where, okay, when that happens, we will bring some of that back here. Everything was for cheaper, the lower bottom, the low dollar, you know what I'm saying? We get it made in China and ship it back here for cheaper than what we can make it in the US. But hey, it didn't pan out. When the irons come to the fire type deal, it don't pan out. So when we bring all that back here, then it will be what it is.
Okay. All right, well, let's pivot the conversation a little bit and let's talk about national interests with our global responsibility. So where do you think the line should be drawn between protecting the U.S. interests and like maybe contributing to global efforts? So basically, how would you weigh the benefits of putting America first, you know, against being a reliable ally, partner internationally?
I think American dollars should be always spent here first. That's what we all probably can agree on. American dollars should be spent here first. We the homeless population, everything that needs to be spent here. We send like $200-300 billion to other countries, but that's what the U.S. has always done. They've always protected democracy and all other aspects of everything in other countries first. But I don't agree with that.
Yes.
I would think that honestly and keep that we have to put that money out there to protect democracy. Because if we don't, we're going to be fighting a larger enemy. And that's just what it is. Yes, I'd love to make sure that our homeless are eating and everything, but I also feel that we are giving the best of the best quality of life here in America that you can do if you decide. You can get on the internet You have 15, 14-year-olds making thousands of dollars on YouTube. You know what I mean? So it's not that it's not possible. There are opportunities, and America's ideal is to create opportunities, in America. So I think that we're on a really good track. But we got to make more money because we have to be able to spread more democracy in other places.
Hey, yes. Before I open it up to the audience, any last words you guys want to have about international affairs?
I want to hear what the crowd got to say.
All right, so
yeah, I know I could definitely see some reaction. But I was just gonna say on the final, I was just gonna add on a final note, like, I really hope that at the end of the day, like, and I know it's so cliche, it sounds like a beauty pageant answer, but we really do want world peace. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think all of us can agree, nobody wants war, nobody wants violence, and it's just unfortunate that we're fighting over little things that really don't matter that much sometimes, to on a bigger scale, right? Like, it may matter to a politician or a president, but when you think of the greater picture and who it's affecting, right? It's not benefiting a lot of people. So just, world peace all the way. Just want to say that.
Yeah.
Sure. As much as we would love to have world peace, I don't think that could ever happen because the music that we make, the movies that we make, the books that we make, just the everything that we make are all designed around good and evil. And that evil has to be sexy. It has to be something that you're attracted to so that you could create the storyline. Therefore, there's always going to be someone out there who wants to be that villain, that good guy.
Now, I'm here to facilitate the conversation, but I will have to say I definitely agree with that. It needs to be something to keep it going, keep it pumping. It has to be something to keep the momentum flowing. So I do. Okay, with that being said, does anyone out there in the audience have anything they would like to say or add to this discussion? Any questions? Jen has the mic in the middle. Just raise your hand. I'll walk up to her and ask. No questions?
Don't be so scared, y'all. Don't be scared. Come on.
Some of y'all were having some strong reactions. I saw some emojis going in the audience.
I heard some things too. Okay, y'all want to say it now? It's okay.
Oh,
well,
we have somebody here.
Oh, let's go.
All right, thank you so much. So I really just wanted to comment about, I don't remember who said it, but one of you people said that Russia should not have more land, and I really wanted to know why exactly that is the case.
I think I said that. Yes, I did. I don't think that Russia should have more land because it's not theirs. It's a sovereign country, right? And now they're trying to go into that sovereign country and take it over. It's not right. It's not what was agreed upon. And all of a sudden you want to change the deal. No.
Right. Those people have their own identity.
Well, I do agree that there are, yes, currently a sovereign country. There's undeniable similarities between Russia and Ukraine. Definitely historically as well, where Russia has been over control over Ukraine for the most part of its history. Besides, I think it's really, because if you would look at it from a Russian standpoint, NATO has reached the borders. They have Finland in NATO. They are beginning to have Sweden in NATO. They have Romania in NATO. They have multiple countries right on the border. It is clearly obvious that the Russians would want to secure Moscow. It would be total insanity for them not to secure Moscow. And to put it in perspective, imagine if Mexico suddenly joined the Chinese, right, in a military alliance. Mexico now is part of the Chinese military, whatever. They've set up a bunch of military bases right on the American border.
It's called the factories that they're making.
They wouldn't have those. They wouldn't have Sweden. They wouldn't have them. They wouldn't have them if they wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. This was all a byproduct of them invading Ukraine.
And again, I'm going to go back to saying that there has to be a way that you can live together side by side. You're literally cousins, brothers, you know, you're related to one another. And I just don't understand. We're all human. We have to wait till aliens come or find out that there are aliens for us to understand that we all live on the same exact planet. Instead of making all of these borders, that we could really be making a whole better civilization for everyone.
I got a question. If I vote for you, would you open the border for Mexicans?
Nope.
He said if you vote for us, but you're not voting for us. Remember, we got two other candidates. None of us are running for president here.
We're not partisan. We're just
Please,
so don't ask us about our policies. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the candidates and their policies.
We want to hear what you're talking about.
You gotta be respectful. I'm not passing
Be
you.
respectful, please. Please be respectful. Okay, and wait. Yeah, once it turns green, that's how you're global.
Okay, my question is this. You guys talked about a lot of things, but socio-economical. What do you feel about Brinks?
So we talked about that a little bit too, of all of the different countries putting their own currency together. Yes, you're global.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm super.
And all of these different currencies that are happening around the world, including the American dollar, which is going in the crypto or digital realm as well. I think that this is just something that is going to happen in the world. There's going to be different currencies, and
I agree.
The American dollar will hopefully always be the currency that you would want to go to because we are the most creative. We're the people who make the technologies.
Okay.
Usually China steals it from us, but we make it.
So with Brinks, the American dollar will be replaced as the official currency. That is the intent of Brinks. So that's why I asked, what do you feel on that?
Yeah, that's exactly. What I just said. I feel that other currencies that are made and that will be made throughout the world will be just like money. You had
Thank you.
pesos versus the American dollar. The American dollar will still always survive because we have the industry.
He's really loud.
America. Oh, that's false. America.
Shout out Mark Zuckerberg.
That's not true.
All right. All right. So we're gonna wrap this segment up. We have, some more things going on for tonight. So I just want to thank each of you for sharing your insights and. Oh, hold on.
Hey.
Breaking news. What's going on over
Got some breaking news.
Hold on, Pennsylvania. Hold on.
Trump is 291. No, Trump is.
Breaking news from CNN just now. Kamala Harris just won California.
Okay.
All right.
If you look on the
Y'all heard it here first.
predicted map, you'll see over there on the right-hand side, you'll see that, yes, we did predict that Kamala Harris was going to win most of those West Coast states, because, again, she's from the West Coast. She better.
Right. All right, so we're gonna wrap this up. I just want to thank each of you for sharing your insights.
Click the breaking news button. It wouldn't come on when I was trying to do it. Maybe because you have a different code than I do. Maybe.
Our correspondents are still on Amplify.
All right, so guys, really quick, we know that international affairs is such a dynamic area, and it's clear that
This election is going to shape the U.S.'s role on the global stage in many significant ways. So just thanks again to our panelists. Thank you to our audience for joining us, okay? And our next panel should be really fun and a little more lighthearted. Is Pop Politics with Burden of Proof, and that's going to take place at 11:30. Yeah,
Now we're
11:30.
going
All right.
to stream live News National for next half an hour, guys. Thank you so much to this panel, International Affairs.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys for coming to America Decides 2024 coverage in VRChat. We look forward to the next segment, Pop Politics, with the one and only Burden of Proof. That starts at 10:30, guys. So stick around, and we'll see you then.
The American dollar is backed on a hope and a wish and a prayer. That shit ain't bad. That shit is, it's a fight. We are a fiat currency. A lot of people don't know that. We are a fiat. We're based on our relationships with other people. And they gotta trade in our dollar. That's why BRICS is gonna be it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be World War III here in America. The American dollar is gonna drop to nothing at a snap of a finger.
I tried to get to finish this.
It's kind of fun. He said, well, American dollar is always, that's American. I try to run a dip like good job. Americans always think like, we're strong, we got it, we're gonna be fine. No, the fuck, no. We gotta tighten up. We good, but we gotta tighten up. That's why they trying to go to war. That's why they're trying to push the button on war. You go to war, now you know what I mean? You get currency, you get people forget about shit. Countries start backing you, NATO and shit start fucking with you. It's still cheaper than the dollar. You know what I'm saying? They got to. There's no other way. That's how they always do it. We always been at war, though. We always at war. We've always been at war. That's one thing people don't realize. I'm sorry, I missed it. The biggest war that we ever had up until now, from this last war that we had, was like a couple months. We always been in some type of conflict. That's what the money maker. This last war. At 10:30, my girl said 10:30. I see it. My eyes. Like, dude, what are we doing here? What the fuck is going on? Hey, come on. You did great. Amazing. I love it though, man. I think people are just worried about the wrong shit. People talk about this shit like they're the ones making the decisions, like they're the one moving this shit. Like they say we, like America in their world, like what we need to do. It's nothing that you're going to do. It's something that they're going to always do. You understand? People need to get themselves together. That's the biggest shit. Tighten up.
Enjoying yourself, cool vibes.
A lot of people don't.
All right, everybody, while you're watching the News Nation stream, I'm going to also give you guys some live updates from the correspondence table. All right, so looking at the swing states, if you are a Trump supporter, it is your night. If you're not, it is not your night, because right now Trump is leading in all the swing states. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. Arizona, 50% of the reporting is in. Trump is leading at 49%. Florida, 87% of reporting, and Trump has pretty much won that one. Georgia, 88% of reporting is in. Trump is leading at 51. Michigan, 28% of reporting is in. Trump is leading 51. North Carolina, 87% of reporting in. Trump is winning at 50%. So super close race in North Carolina. This last 13% is going to make a difference there. Pennsylvania, one of the most talked about states this year. 51% is Trump right now, and we have 71% of the reporting in. All right. And then Wisconsin, 62% of the reporting is in at Trump at 50%. So right now he is leading in all of the swing states.
You want to come over to the board, Sherwin? We could go on the predictor board.
Yeah, we definitely can.
Board. It's so much fun.
You know,
all right,
I'm starting to think, you know, when I'm looking at this predictability board, right, and I'm looking at the projected, right, it's looking, Oregon is going blue, which is what we just added. Nevada, we could be getting that blue. Arizona might be leaning red. All right, because so far, let's see what the reporting is like in Arizona. It's virtually tied in Arizona, okay? 49.7 is Trump, 49.5 is Harris. So it is virtually tied in Arizona.
We're going to leave that as too close to call. What else we got?
We've got New Mexico's leaning blue at the moment with 67% of the reporting in.
Okay.
All right.
He's still at, she's at 245 and Trump is at 272.
Well, West Virginia is definitely red. I think it's already been declared at 89% of the voting. It's a landslide for Trump. He's won 70% of the vote in West Virginia.
Virginia, okay.
Minnesota is also leaning towards red. 60% right now. It's only 12% reporting, though. So it's still really early in Minnesota.
Okay, yep. Okay, so but it's leaning red though.
It is leaning red. So right now, there needs to be, if you're supporting the left side, the Harris campaign, then there needs to be a big shift. They need a big state, whether that's Pennsylvania, whether that's North Carolina, or Ohio, or Georgia. But Georgia is, you know, 88% reporting is in, so.
Yeah, if they get Ohio, he's 1 point away. And she is very far away.
Which would leave Arizona again as the deciding factor of this election.
Exactly. Right back at Arizona. All right, well, we look forward to some more.
Which is virtually tied right now, by the way.
And this is amazing night.
Yes, thank you for coming to America Decides 2024.
Right, and thank you for watching. Thank you for watching on T-Bot.
Yes. Thank you for Lux Vision Productions, T-Bot. And we have one more, right? Beneficial. All streaming live. Next up is Pop Politics with Burden the Proof. That will be a panel at 11:30.
I can't believe it's this close.
It's like they didn't learn the first time.
Burden of Proof. You know, I fuck up everybody's name so tonight. Like I'm.
He wouldn't have been running right now.
Really? That's true?
Yeah, he's running because to clear his convictions. He's a felon. But
no, but he was running anyway.
No, he wasn't. He was not going to run.
Yeah, he was. No, he was totally running.
Giving up on that.
Are you sure?
Giving up on that until we press charges against him, and then that's when he announced he's going to run again.
Really?
Dead serious. Yes.
I'm enjoying it from a 3D perspective.
He has to
I did not know that.
He can pardon himself.
We're electing to pardon himself.
It's been an alright night.
No, he was not. We provoked that.
I still got faith.
You and me looking too.
They're still counting Pennsylvania, so hopefully that flips blue. And Georgia, possibly.
I take no
You know, Georgia, they only needed 11,870 votes. You know, you remember that, right? Your mic is off.
Oh, it's still close. It's definitely still close. Yes, definitely still close. But you know, a lot of on the predictable map that we have here, I think says it all. You have a lot of blue states in there. Amazing on some of the ones that
resonating with America. I mean, I just don't. I mean, they just really don't mind impeached 2 times, convictions. He's a criminal. I mean, I'm really baffled at what America is really thinking about and supporting.
I think that America sees strength in Donald Trump. I think they see
what kind of strength? He's been bankrupt how many times? 6 times
again.
And then he's been convicted of fraud in New York.
It's really hard to.
How is that a good business person?
I cannot tell you that one. That's a good one for me. I guess to a regular American that is starting their business, that may have failed in their business, see something in themselves in Trump. Someone who lost a fortune, has built fortunes.
8 times, 6 times over.
I can't hear over them. How are you hearing?
Come on, if his color of his skin was different, he would not be in this position.
And then also, Jen, I also feel a lot of the time it's about wanting things to be the same, not wanting to change things, wanting the white male to be in charge, not wanting to move. Yeah, exactly. Not having a black woman being in charge. I don't know. Right, Hillary. Talk about Hillary.
Listen. The Queen of England ran for 70-something years, right? She ran England. A woman can do that.
Correct. I believe that if Kamala was or is president, she is going to fulfill the job of the presidency just like any other president would.
Yeah.
There are rules and regulations to being president. They got to show up to give awards. She'll do all those things that she needs to be done. I think that America, the heartline of America, may just not be ready for it. I can't really call that.
What do you think about Trump and his cabinet if he does win? Aren't you scared of he's not going to have any person that's really checking him and this time around?
Well, just the fact that he's going to be in charge of picking 2 more judges is nerve-wracking. Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Oh, I'm sorry, the breaking news button.
Oh. By obligation, so they could just simply refuse. And so many people talk about prison labor, but nothing in place to prevent it from happening.
What's the breaking news? I don't know.
Let's get it.
And then a lot of
Yep, let's get it
for people who are renters. So it's a lot more fixed rates preventing people from hiking up the cost of rent, knowing right well.
Michigan, Ohio.
34% Michigan and
So that's also good for the local people.
It's running right now.
Too close to call for Wisconsin.
Come on, Wisconsin.
I can't hear anyone, but I want to say hi.
No, he got Wisconsin too.
Woo!
So you have to go turn the speakers down to 5%.
Scary.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I've been.
This is the Antichrist coming down.
I'm gonna be going to bed, but I wanted to say hi. But that's good to know.
That part's
Oh yeah, I had to because I couldn't hear myself think.
Look at Michigan.
Oh, I can hear you over here. It was over there because I put it by the speakers
17%
too.
to 82%.
It's so funny watching the one state that's left is Arizona. That they don't have. That's my state.
Look how far
I'm
he
in a big
is.
Okay, currently, everybody, if you're watching us on the live stream, we are watching CNN and all of the correspondents over there, just getting the ups and downs of what's going on in the election.
No, we got a bunch over there.
Look pretty grim. Look,
I'm sorry, that's News Nation. I'm so sorry. I saw a Cuomo on there, and I was just like, flashback. But right, yes, News Nation, you guys. But listen, if you guys want to say anything or have anything that you'd like to say about your feeling about how the election is going on and what do you see is going to happen, we'd love to hear from you. So please feel free to come up and ask for the microphone, or even better, if you're watching on any one of the streaming service, type something, and I'll read it here on air, and we'll try to respond back to those questions. We'd love to hear from you.
And this is America Decides 2024. Welcome, everybody. Our next panel is Politics with Burden, coming up at 11:30. So we have some questions on the floor. Let's go.
So I'm not gonna be able to hang out.
I got work too, but I'm like whatever.
Yeah, I have to train someone on medical shit, so I got.
Oh yeah,
gotta be
you
sharp.
need to go to sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta.
And
be
I got a
sharp.
whole meeting with my boss tomorrow, but I wrote everything down, so I'll just be reading it.
There you go. They're gonna ask me questions, so I don't have to be ready.
Trump is going to win.
They start asking me medical stuff. I'm like, wait, what? A diagnosis code for what? I don't know. I'm gonna go smoke some weed and pass out, but I will.
Good night.
I'm glad I got to see you. Take care.
Bye, Sonia.
Have fun.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions. I need a glass of wine. Chat GPT, give me questions to ask Burden and Proof. Politics.
Hey, I got a question. So Trump has been talking about cheating, stealing. So do you think if he wins the election, is there cheating or stealing?
Have you met the former president? I'm just asking. Have you seen his Trump rallies? Have you seen any interview? He's never going to admit that. He's never going to do that. That's just not in his nature.
And there you go. Right from MF Sun's
Never surrender. Fight. Right? Fight.
I'm like, she did not have to do all that. He was like major silence.
I was waiting for the West Coast
Silence in a major way.
Oh yeah, that sounds way better. That's way better, dog.
I told you he down to 5%. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, he was loud as shit. I was blowing my head.
When I first got here, I was like, why is that dude so loud? I was like, where is he? I was running around the room, where is he?
Hey, fuck yeah.
Miss Unique Soul, please report to the back. Unique Soul, please report to the back.
Sorry, I don't know if I told you that yet. We'll get into that later. No,
See,
Why?
multiple baby mamas. We used to do stuff like this in all space. That used to be
He's
so
gonna
cool.
have a landslide.
It used to be so easy. It used to be at a drop of a dime.
Really
It
seamless.
was so seamless.
Experiment.
And it would be
Yeah,
packed too.
chillin'. Server you. I'm in the second server.
Even in this, it's pretty nostalgic. It would have been the second.
Word.
beautiful.
Messaging each other.
I'm bringing
Oh, I
it back.
missed that.
I'm bringing the feel back. Don't worry about it.
I missed the whole pointing at people
All
and
space is
messages.
back. Space is
Oh my
back.
god, that's the part I really miss. You have a whole conversation just by clicking on somebody. Like, did
Oh
you
yeah,
see
send a message and that shit pop up right in your face. Oh shit. Yeah. Yup. That's sure. Yup.
Major business. I missed that.
That's what I noticed. Oh, you funny as hell.
Seeing on what's going on wrong in the class.
Bernie got 11:30. Okay.
Hey, yo, listen, man. I love my experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I miss about all space. Oh my god.
Are you Dr. Dharma?
That's how you know it was time to go offline when those fucking messages started popping up.
All right, I got her. She's here. You can go
In
back.
our events. Oh my god.
Yo, you remember? Matter of fact, y'all just brought that shit back. Niggas used to text you, and they don't even be on the headset. Niggas be on the website like he online.
Yes, sending messages.
Yo, I forgot all about that shit.
Like I forgot to tell you, and then you know.
Yeah, exactly. My headset crashed, but let me tell you what happened.
Yeah, that's funny as hell.
This nigga.
Yeah, I miss all space was cool. All space was definitely cool.
And then kicking people. Oh my god.
Too easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another panel in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Pop politics with burden of proof.
Disappeared, my nigga. And you ain't getting back in this motherfucker either, nigga. Till I unblock you from the world, motherfucker. And I ain't doing it today. What is you talking about?
And when you start doing the like very likely losses,
I used to figure I had people blocked in certain worlds, nigga. I be trying to bring everybody up, like, y'all can't get in there. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm bad. That's
Had an argument
Voted
with
for Harris?
somebody,
Alright.
and he was like, "Where
Who'd you
at?"
vote for, Richmond?
Right here. I was like, "Yeah." He goes,
I was an RFK guy
"Block
until we
forever,
dropped
my
out.
nigga."
A respawn, you said?
Block with me, nigga. It's over. Forget about it.
I got one event.
Forget about it. Not you exist, nigga. As soon as I block you, oh, forgot you. Damn.
Me, I used to be like, "What?" Block.
Did he reset it?
That was my famous finger. What? Block. That's all we had to do in there. So quick.
On your road. Ivan.
Judy, is that you? Oh my god. Sharing worlds is so easy.
What?
All right, you guys can grab mics again.
We just gotta build it. We just gotta build it. We just gotta build it. We gotta put action. We gotta build what we used to and better. You know what I'm saying? We could do something better than all space though. We just gotta put our heads together. That's all.
That guy from Better Than Beyond.
Tia, you good? You ready? No, I'm sorry. I can't think straight. Someone's like really loud in my ear. I don't know who it is.
Do you want to re-enter? Just rejoin.
Yes.
Rejoin the world.
What the F's gonna? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, rejoin the world.
Oh, yeah.
No, you good.
I'm talking about Bobby.
I was telling her rejoin the world.
I went down to that meeting. I went down there to talk to him and everything. Oh God, I went to Tampa and everything. Hold up,
He was like afraid to open it up to people. Nah, it was a lot of politics behind it.
Discouraged.
Sharon, are you seeing a projection for Trump or Idaho? Because I'm seeing that on the Associated Press, but I'm not. I just wanted to different.
It is. I'm about
It
to
is?
check right
Okay.
now too. Maybe that's something we can announce during the like towards the end of it, like while they're wrapping it up. Like how I like how.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. What's going on, Don? You good?
Yeah, man. I've been looking all over the metaverse for a place like this.
Hey.
You're in the right place.
Finally made it to the party, huh?
special election party. We got another panel coming up right now. Politics right now is coming on at 11:30 with Burden. He's gonna talk about pop culture and politics. Yeah,
Who is that, Burden?
panel.
No proof?
Yeah, that's Burden.
Oh, that's my man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make your way over to the seats. This panel is going to begin momentarily. Thank you so much.
CJ, what up? Hey, where you get that normal looking ass avatar at? I've been looking for them. There's going to be a lot of updates in the near future, but it's going to be something dope. It's going to be something really dope.
Aussie, come on.
Just add you, bro. I was in that shit all day today.
Aussie.
I can't hear you right now. It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope.
What's up, style? What's going on? What's going on?
Make us sign an NDA. NDA?
Got green is.
You know I don't be off that type of time. Not yet. Not yet. It will be a time.
They wanted me to ask. Is that real? Is that real? Or am I tripping? Like, we got 30 seconds left. We got 30 seconds left. On the election.
I have no idea.
Need a check. Need a check.
Oh my
Go do that. You muted.
Man, y'all tripping, man. What this? Hey, this live?
Politics with Burton. 11:30. Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey.
Oh shit.
Is this live? Is this live? I ain't gonna lie. Is this live?
Politics.
How you doing? It is. All this is live.
That's an ill-ass name, nigga. That's an ill-ass fucking
Good, chilling.
Hey, how are you?
Politics.
Oh, you're brewing frustration, but chilling. How about you? How you doing?
I'm alright, just came.
Man, I thought this was the real politician over here, man. I thought this was the boy or girl over here, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Is it a boy or a girl? Yeah, is it a boy or a girl?
No.
And we're taking topic questions and everything.
It's on 11:30 yet? What time is it?
Yeah, we have an agenda
9:30
reveal
where I'm
tonight.
at, so it's 11 somewhere.
Yeah, it's 11:30 over here.
Yeah, it's 11:30 right now.
11:30 where I'm at right now. Florida. Yeah, Florida. To be exact. Yeah.
Is it Burden?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I don't think they had a chance
Something like
to
that.
start.
Yeah, Florida over here, man. 11:30 over here, man. Hey, it's a boy. Is it a boy or a girl? Tell me, man. Is it a boy or a girl?
Boy or girl what?
Or I may retire too.
The election.
Like,
president.
you know,
Boy or girl?
first thing I want to do is like an older gentleman is go serve in a war that may never end. Even though it's his job. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we here. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Thank you guys for staying here. Appreciate it. Your boy Burden of Proof. Hold on, let me see how I look on this poster. Yeah, that's me. I'm that guy on the poster. I just don't look like that right now. That's my Horizon World get up. Well, we're here in VRChat sharing this information with you guys in regards to the 2024 presidency. For our Trump supporters, we a little bit happy right now. For my Harris supporters, I don't know how we feeling right now. I hope we all right. But we're gonna get through this. Before I even start and introduce the guest on here, just and share some information with you guys. I'm actually right now in Georgia. I'm in Midtown, Georgia right now. I actually just left a station, if you will, that had to tally votes and things to that nature. And just to look at the synchronized way they do this information and how they really carry these ballots, it's a real serious situation. And watching 7 p.m. was the last that you can vote. If you came at 7:02, 7:05, you was not getting your vote counted, period. They turned you around and told you to go home. For those who weren't a part of that registration or part of that sector to where they can vote, they literally screened you and made sure that you were part of that area to where you can cast your vote. That's how serious this thing is, and this is how serious these people are taking this voting and taking this presidency right now. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, just to let you guys know, if you haven't been there to see this sequence of events, it's pretty wild. But I am here to talk to you guys about pop culture and politics. I have a panel that is going to be joining me in this conversation. I have Unique Soul coming to the stage. I have my girl Kia coming to the stage. I got my guy MF Sun, and I have my girl Jen Smash. So if they will come out here and join me real quick, I would greatly appreciate it. I don't know where I'm supposed to sit at this thing. Me and this Horizon. This VRChat thing is gonna be is kind of new to me. Yeah, so we're gonna stand up, whatever. However, we're gonna make this thing work.
I'll stand with you. Don't worry, I'll stand with you.
Appreciate you. Oh, there we go. They go to sit there. Am I sitting now? All right, we sitting now.
You good? You good?
All right. What's happening, y'all? We good?
Yeah.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah. Yes. You good?
Everybody, everybody pleased right now with in the way this thing is going right now?
Oh yeah, I'm really pleased.
Yo, Jen, you and your sarcasm.
No, not really.
America is working. This is America at work.
All right, so let me let you know now. We got tomatoes and fruit in the back. So if you want to throw that MF Sun at any time during this panel, feel free to. No, I'm just playing. All right, so here we go. My section on this particular panel, there go a tomato right there. Somebody actually threw one. Okay. So my particular segment in regards to this panel was on pop culture and politics. Before we even get into the politics aspect of this, let's just elaborate on what pop culture really is. By definition, it's the modern popular culture transmitted via mass media and aimed particularly at a younger people. Now let's just stop right there, because I would disagree. And I'm just curious as to if anybody else would disagree in regard to that as well. I don't feel that it's something that's transmitted by mass media. I think it's something that's sought after through urban cities and things like that, and then cultivated and then issued back out to the world. How do you guys feel about that?
Okay, once you explained it, I also agree.
What you feel, MF Son?
I can agree with that. I think that they look at the lowest denominator, right? So that they could say, well, at least I can grab this group. And then they bring it up into the mainstream, like you said. It just makes perfect marketing sense as well.
Facts. Unique Soul, how do you feel?
Now you said that it said pop culture is about what, digital?
No. I'm just saying, by definition, pop culture is defined as modern popular culture transmitted via mass media. And that, in my opinion, I think isn't really that true. I feel personally that it's something that they sought after initially, and then they redistribute through mass media.
Okay. Yeah, you posed a good point. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I did feel like it is through mass media. Okay, so maybe it's both because it is through mass media. Now, what you're saying, you're talking about culture, period. You feel me? That's gonna be
right.
So I think they coined it pop culture is because it's something that's being taken on by the majority of people. Because it's through mass media.
The culture.
Right. Got you. Oh, just for my audience, just to let you guys know, at the end of the last 5 minutes, we're going to open up the panel and we're going to ask you guys if you have questions. Feel free. My guy Sherwin is going to be in the middle with a mic. So if you guys have questions, just hold them until we get to the last 5 minutes of the segment. But like I was saying, in regards to mass media, was aimed particularly, I'm sorry, popular culture transmitted via mass media and aimed particularly at the younger people. That younger people, that age demographic is between 18 and 29 years old. I was going to yell confetti for those who are 18 to 29, but I don't know. Hey, jump up and down if you're 18 to 29 years old right now. Can you jump? Yeah, there go some people jumping.
Yeah, we got some. Yeah,
There we go. All right, so we got some. So basically, my millennials and my Gen Z's is basically aimed at you guys in regards to how they try to incorporate this this popular culture. Now, with that being said, it's done through popular music, television shows, sports, and even fast food establishments assist in moving this quote unquote pop culture. And if they do it in a lot of ways. For those who don't know or who maybe new to this, I mean, we've seen this before. Rock the Vote was one of the ways that they tried to utilize pop culture and trying to make voting cute, if you will, or more entertaining or more alluring to the gen or popular culture. Also, my guy Rock the Vote with Diddy back in 2004, if you will. Yeah. I was waiting for that to come. I was waiting for that to happen. Okay, so music seems to be one of the most used ways in regards to how mass media tries to push the narrative of regards to politics and voting. Why do you guys feel music is such a big stronghold on this outside of any other a brand, corporation, or entity?
Well, I think as an artist, I wanted to just answer first. I'm sorry. I think
go ahead,
it's
Miss
because
Artist.
I think it's because artists are a big influence. We're a big influence on the people that we sing to, rap to, and present to. And influence is, to me, a combination of things. It's like the more you hear it, the more valid it is, the more they believe it. And if you hear it from different sources that impact you, that you look up to, it's going to be more impactful. That's what I think.
Okay, Jen, you were saying something, ma'am?
Yeah, music evokes emotion. And if you can make that connection with an artist and you follow the artist, you believe in the artist. So whatever the artist does and promotes, you follow it because they have evoked an emotion in you. So Taylor Swift, Beyonce are very strong. Their hives, their followers are ridiculous. So and so if they say, yo, vote for Harris, most likely they will. So it's very influential, very important. And the Democrats seems to use that all the time. That's kind of one of their things they do is they evoke that emotion in an artist. And so that's why you saw a lot of power artists at the right next to Kamala Harris.
Breaking news.
Are we going to the panel for the breaking news? Sherwin,
you're coming over here. Sherwin's not here. It's Peoples, but hey,
I'm back. What's going on, Peoples? Let us know. What's going on?
Yes, I have some breaking news.
I was just
happening
as well.
Yeah, so North Carolina went to Trump. North Carolina is now red.
Oh, wow. Hey.
Okay. I believe it.
Carry on.
Was that expected? Was that an expected turn of events?
That was
it is unexpected. Oh, it was. You're right. It was.
Unarmed? Was it expected, right? It was expected, right?
I think towards the beginning of tonight we said we had a possibility of it going blue, and we tried it, and we saw that as the votes started getting counted, it was leaning towards Trump. So our projected ended up changing to Trump. So it is as we thought earlier in the night.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So how accurate are we on this on our guest board over here? Are we?
I'm gonna continue to fill in the real-time chart in just a second.
It's
okay, cool.
It's pretty accurate though, as I'm looking at both. It's pretty accurate.
Okay. Well, thank you, People's Publicist, and thank you, Sherwin, for that breaking news.
Appreciate you. All right, so back to the discussion in regards to music being a strong influence on politics. Why do you feel music has such a stronghold in regards to how mass media wants to push politics within pop culture? MF son.
I think that entertainment has always played a role in politics. You know, go back to, you know, Old Blue Eyes or Sammy Davis Jr., like, you know, helping build the candidacy for the Kennedys. So I mean, like, I feel that music plays a role, but it's changing. Especially with we said no Diddy, but you know, especially with people like Diddy and other artists, you know, we're starting to lose favor in them. But now we're turning to a lot of podcasters, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people, Joe Rogan and all of those type of people who have built a fan base, who have that trust of ideals. And I think that is a change for America that, you know, was very evident in this election.
Now that's a great point, and I wanted to elaborate on that. Give me 1 second, Unique. I wanted to based on the legal issues with the Little Dirks and the Diddies and things like that. Although they have been spokespeople for you know what I'm saying, these candidates and things like that. Based on these legal situations, do you think this makes them less credible in regards to their influence on pop culture and getting people to vote for who they think they should be voting for?
I think it's very odd that every single time these elections come out, you get all these rappers that you either never heard of or are like street dudes who are on, you know, camera talking about, hey, you got to vote for this Democrat. So I do believe that there's something going on there that, you know, maybe Diddy.
Okay, I ain't gonna hold you though. I will. Go ahead, Jen.
No Diddy.
Okay, go ahead. Because
Listen, you know, knowing him personally, I think he had good intentions when he was doing Rock the Vote. For the records, I don't agree what he's doing, but he was a great pusher, a great entrepreneur, and he was just right for that nature right there. And he got a lot of people together to get the vote out. So we need those type of peoples, those type of level people.
Go ahead, Unique.
Well, sorry, Unique.
A-listers. Okay. I ain't talking about no Diddy, but going back to what MF son was saying, I disagree with that. I don't think musicians are, you know what I'm saying, artists are being less influential and we're turning towards podcasters and things like that. I also think it just depends on who you are and, you know, what you enjoy and what you like. But if we're talking about pop culture, nah. Musicians are still at the top. They're celebrities and their endorsements are, you know, they can be very effective because, like Jim was saying, the fans they feel like they have a personal connection with them. You know what I mean? So their opinions do sway, especially younger, you know, audiences. But you know, it's good. It's a good and a bad thing when it comes to that. But at the same time, I don't think that influence is going away no time soon.
Definitely not.
Ever.
Now, if we're making a comparison in regards to who had the longest A-list celebrities of endorsements, I'm going Harris all day. So I mean, she had from Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla, Beyonce. I mean, you name it.
She went hard.
Who's who was endorsing this woman? So that brings me to my next question. So that brings me to my next question in regards to her having this A-list of endorsements in regard to celebrities and musicians and things like that. Do you feel that these celebrities and did their job in regards to influence in pop culture to get them out there to vote at a mass rate? And that question's for everybody.
I definitely think so. I think that with musicians and all of the artists that supported her, most of those artists have stories about something that a Democrat has done for them. Democrats are very well known for the arts and funding those type of programs. So a lot of these artists, appeal to that. So I definitely think that they do their job most of the time.
Unique, how do you feel about that?
I just think it is all about them using their platform to touch people who don't necessarily engage with traditional, politics. You feel me? So
right.
I think it's effective. Now, is it a good thing? I don't know. Is it a bad thing? I don't know. I feel like it's, two sides of the coin there, because at the same time, sometimes celebrities feel like they have to say something because they're in the limelight. So are they saying something just to say something, or are they saying something because they really mean it? Because some people can say they're out of touch when it comes to like regular quote unquote people. How can you tell me what to do when your life is totally different from mine?
Facts, 100%. Agreed. Miss TalkNiceTokia, how do you feel about this? Do you feel that pop culture has been reached by these celebrities, or these celebrities have done their job in regards to reaching pop culture and getting them out there to vote?
I think they are. I think being a teacher, being an older sister of 13 siblings, and all of them are younger than me, all of them, and just hearing what they have to say and hearing what just the younger generation in general have to say about it. I think it is. Every time I'm scrolling on Instagram or Facebook and I see my family members or cousins, they're reposting something that Meg Thee Stallion said or did, or Cardi did, and they're like, oh, I can't wait till I get 18 so I can vote. Or the 18-year-olds are like, oh, I can't wait to vote for the first time. I see the definitely the positive side of it. That is having, even when Beyonce got up there, and I'm not a part of the Beehive. I love her music, but I'm not a part of the Beehive. And she got up there and she's like, I'm here as a mother and not an artist. I felt that because she's trying to appeal to the mothers and the women's better nature and trying to get them out there to vote. I think that it is very appealing when it's coming out of the mouth of someone like Beyonce, someone like Taylor Swift, someone like Oprah Winfrey, and all the other people who performed or spoke on behalf of Kamala. I feel like even speaking is doing their part. If you got up on there on the stage and you spoke to the people, I feel like that's doing your part. Definitely.
Understood. Miss Jen, how do you feel about this?
Oh,
Did they do their job?
I started it off. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
She's still watching those polls over there. She over there. She's still big mad right now. Hey.
Yeah, I'm mad.
So
I'm pissed
I
off
got
right
two
now.
more.
But I have a question, Bernie. Sorry. Now I was going to say, what about the effective on the other side, like the right,
the older,
on Trump's side? Yeah, no, I'm saying there were some stars that were on his side as well. Do you think that?
I mean, go ahead.
Like
I'm listening.
6.
Do you think that a lot of the even the Black and the Latino stars that represented on Trump's side, maybe that was the reason why they pulled over to his side?
It wasn't that
Well, I
many,
mean, you remember, Kanye West has never shied away from being a strong Trump supporter,
Elon Musk.
But Elon Musk is definitely one of the celebrities, high-list, A-list celebrities. But Hulk Hogan and these guys like that. But let me tell you something.
Rose.
Yes, Amber Rose. But I mean, from the rap standpoint it's just me, and this is me personally. All right, this is me personally. When you get these rappers up there and things like that, it just seems fake. I know you don't know him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is me. This is just me. I know you're not listening to Lil Baby. You know what I'm saying? I know
You saying that you don't think the president is listening, like to Meg Thee Stallion or whoever they have for front?
Right. I just think I now Harris may be different culturally.
Did. No, he's listening to YMCA.
Right.
Come on.
Obama did.
But when you go to that, when we're talking about that, it just I look at it more of a marketing thing, like you talked about earlier. It's a phenomenal marketing scheme, especially from the Trump campaign, because I don't really think he's listening to that type of music. You know what I'm saying?
Because I want to say Trump did not know who Amber Rose.
Right.
No, he knew who Amber Rose was. He did, because she was Amber Rose was on one of his shows. So yeah, he knew who she was. On The Apprentice.
Years back.
No.
You got 2 more questions though. Time is running out.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. There's a lot of the stars that he had no clue who they were. They were just coming on the campaign trail just to show off. Basically.
Okay, so here we go. Last question before we go to questions in the audience. What do we feel can be better in regards to politics trying to persuade Gen Z millennials to vote? As a whole, what do we feel can be done better for them to do this? I mean, because we got sports, food brands, and all these other things. What can they utilize better to get these people to get out there and vote at a bigger rate?
I think going to where they live, Fortnite. My kids are Fortnite. They're on the video. So how do we influence commercially like that, like ads in Fortnite?
Right.
They look at YouTube. They don't look at TV. Just listen to where they are, and
facts.
We need to be right there. So I mean, I know my kids. They didn't even look at anything, but they play those video games. They're gamers. So you need to be in the gamers lane, really.
Agreed. Anybody else want to comment on that?
I think that they need to be in here. I think that this social platform is perfect because you're getting people from all around the country, all around the world, and you're coming up with ideas. I say this all the time, how you build your laws is around people. But if you're not talking to people, how are you building your laws? I think that they definitely have to come more on these social platforms like Horizon Worlds and VRChat and get a perspective that maybe they're not thinking about.
100%. Sherwin, you got questions? I think Sherwin's going to be going to the aisle. We got the last 5 minutes. For the audience members who may have questions.
Actually, Peeps is going to go in the audience.
Okay,
Peeps is going to go in the audience. Just a quick disclaimer. When Peeps hands you the microphone, you're going to click it one time. It's going to turn green. That means you're amplified. And then when you are finished, make sure you click it again so it goes away. The light goes away.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
I'm here, y'all. Does anyone have any questions? I'll come to you. You don't have to come to me. Raise your hand. Who said that? Raccoon. Okay. So you're gonna grab the mic and then you're gonna click it. When it turns green, it's on. Okay.
So one question I do have for the panel, what are your thoughts on essentially, I guess, movements or memes being used? Something I like to reference for this is the whole Peanut the Squirrel incident.
What is your viewpoint on it? Yeah, like. What's the
so essentially,
question?
This might be one-sided just because I have my own personal beliefs of it, but essentially, I believe it happened in New York. A man's pet squirrel and raccoon were taken and euthanized, and it was just something that I personally didn't agree with. So, just curious what stuff like that in pop culture, since it is a big thing trending at the moment.
I feel like, of course, if it's something that's triggering or something that's unkind, no, it should not be used as a meme. Of course not for any instance, for any politician, for any promotion. I feel like memes are for, to be funny, to relate to, but obviously there's a line you should not cross, of course.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the lines can blur between entertainment and serious issues. So like these complex topics can just, like you said, be reduced to memes and sound bites that we talked about in the first panel too, with sound bites. But yeah, I think it can cause people to kind of like dismiss political messages in entertainment, like, you know what I'm saying, as being just kind of like just oversimplifying them, making them like nothing, you know what I'm saying, or either being too preachy, too invasive, or just nothing because it's a joke. So it's a balance. It's definitely a balance between raising awareness and oversimplifying issues. There's a very thin line between those two.
And I think it worked for Trump. I mean, everybody did videos. So eat the dogs, eat the cats. I mean, it became.
Oh my gosh, yes. That's also more about pop culture.
Yeah,
that was not supposed to go viral.
If I can just elaborate on that, I think we're in a day and age now where nothing surprises me anymore, and two, people are going to do anything for shock value nowadays and things like that. So I mean, although it, like he says, it was very inappropriate and things like that, it's nothing that is going on in today's day and age that's, to me, that's very surprising. And I mean, I hate to say it, unfortunately, but look for more things like that. Sadly, you understand what I'm saying? Because now the bar is being raised in regards to, okay, how can I create more shock value to generate attention for what I'm trying to promote
and get more likes.
Totally.
I was just saying, there's no turning back. Like, we're in this era, and it's here to stay. It's going to get crazier. Period.
I hope we answered your question,
like
my guy.
Shouldn't don't put your feelings. Don't take things too personally. I feel like, because it sounds like you have a very strong opinion on that, and I feel like people let this stuff get to their heart, and that turns into things being radicalized and like over dramatics. I think that people should just leave politics to the politicians and people who think clearly and not emotionally.
But I also feel like that's a really slippery slope to say, leave politics to the politicians, because in essence, politics should be about the people. You feel me? So, yeah. I don't think it's something we should.
When I say that, I also mean people. Okay. I mean people who know about politics. My bad.
Okay.
Right, but I also feel like we all need to. What I have learned is that we all kind of need to know about politics. Because I tell you, when I voted today, I was like, I didn't know anybody on this. By the way, y'all need to tell people to bring their glasses. But
you can increase the font, brother.
No, I had paper. I needed glasses.
Oh, we got a computer.
My point is that if we had something where we would be able to see who these people are, which I feel that doing early voting helps you do, because you're able to be in your own home. You could find out who these people are and then vote and then turn your vote in. I think that is the way of the future. But going to the polling place was tough.
People's Publicist, we got any more questions out there?
Does anyone have any more questions? You do? All right. No? Oh, maybe not. Anybody? Coming through.
Don't be scared now.
We here.
Can't hear from you.
Don't bite. Where you at? Who was that?
Oh, he's
there
in
you go.
Yeah.
Hey, there goes Rich. Rich has a question.
I'm going to hand you the mic. Just click it on.
There you go.
All right. Can everybody hear me?
Rich, what up?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my question is, if Trump wins the election tonight, do y'all think he gonna start World War III?
Absolutely not.
No.
I don't think
Y'all can
so.
answer that.
I think they're going to be quite the frightened of what he will do. I think Donald Trump has a way with words and a way with action, and yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Nah, me neither.
I
Absolutely
think it's
not.
already happening. I mean, it's already happening in a way. Everybody's fighting.
Yeah.
You got the Koreans going over to Russia, helping Russia. You got the stuff that's happening in Jerusalem and Gaza, all that. I mean, it's happening right now.
Honestly, they're
And he's
all
not even
proxy
in office
wars.
yet.
Right. But they are proxy
Yeah.
wars, which means that they're not really our wars, they're someone else's wars. It's just happening that we're friends with them. But at the end of the day, if your friend starts beating up with kind of beating up with a bully, that's what you're
You gotta
doing.
jump
At
in.
the end, sometimes you jump in, but sometimes you just gotta not jump in. And that's exactly what I
Let them
feel
fight their
we're
own
doing with
battles.
Israel. Right. I think Israel is starting to feel that way. Like, look, we don't want you telling us what to do, America, and you shouldn't. So therefore, I'm gonna fight my own battle.
Well,
Appreciate the question, Rich. Go ahead, Unique.
I wish you were there for the last panel because that's what we talked about.
Right. That definitely would have been a question for that last panel. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well,
We also
appreciate the
have
question.
a response. We have a response from someone here in the audience as well to the last question.
Okay.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
What up, John?
In response,
we can hear you.
What's up, brother? In response to the question about the World War III or whatever, I think that's kind of inevitable. You know what I mean? Because regardless of if we look at Trump's 4 years in office, we didn't have any wars, any proxy wars, nothing like that. So if you go by that, then he'd probably be the same way. You know what I mean? But secondly, Israel is a problem itself. You know what I'm saying? Israel gonna get America in trouble because of our allegiance to them. So they over there moving on their own. They not going by what America say. They doing it on their own. And I think that they not gonna stop until somebody just do something drastic to them over there, and that's gonna be the catalyst to lead to that situation y'all was talking about.
Wasn't we in Afghanistan during Trump? Because Biden stopped that war. Wasn't we over there?
but it was already they was already there. They was already there, but it wasn't an active war. They've been there since Bush. They finally pulled out.
My concern with people who talk about Donald Trump and not having wars is the fact that we forget that we had a pandemic. Nobody was fighting. Everybody was dying. So you also have to look at it that way. Donald Trump in the house, y'all. So I mean, it's the same thing with the economy. The economy was great under Donald Trump, but realize he got that economy from Obama. So can't we, very good at talking. Again, he's very good at the attention of America.
I think he's pretty good at the business of America too, though.
Even that he filed bankruptcy like 6 times.
That's
Really?
business.
Well, I just want to break this up real quick and tell y'all we have Donald Trump in the night.
Yes, Donald
He's
Trump
right
is
there,
like
front
front and
row.
center right now. That's kind
Yeah.
of that's a wild avatar right there.
Is Melania with you, Donald? Is Melania with you?
People. We got any more questions, man?
We got any more questions? I heard a lot of chatter back here. Anybody want to say something? Anybody want to say something? Come on.
Shout out to Melania.
We want to hear y'all.
She is a beautiful first lady. She's one of the beautiful first ladies.
We good? We good?
What you say, baby? Nobody?
Delusional.
Nobody? Oh wait, who said that?
They said that he was walking around with the.
Sure, and
with
we
the
good on
clone.
time?
This is the last question. Y'all can take.
All right, bet.
All right, I got one. All right.
All right,
So
you got
y'all
one
talked
more
about,
question.
how we get. Y'all talked about how we get like youth involved, right? How do we? So I want to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. You went out. You went out. Yeah, press the trigger again.
Mic check 1 2.
Sorry.
You got
Here we
me.
go.
Yeah.
All right.
We hear
So,
you now.
all right. So, how do we have a conversation in VR that allows people to have and platform the ideas that are important to the youth here? I mean, I think about how gamers are people that play with people all over the world, cross borders, and their interests affect everyone. So, how do we acknowledge that and still build a place for them to share those ideas? I think that's one of the biggest things we should do for the future.
Well, if I can I
totally
start
agree.
the answer on that?
Please.
I mean,
ahead,
honestly speaking, I think a lot of that is already being done. I mean, no disrespect to VRChat because I'm not here frequently, but in the Horizon world, I mean, like shout out Copper Chosen because she actually has VR classroom, and I think those type of worlds are the structure and the foundation of things like this to be expressed. I mean, it's not hard to create a game within that place of, okay, let's match the states on a map or anything like that, or okay, here are your last whatever presidents and things like that, and start influencing these kids in a different manner in which they are literally learning the ins and outs of how government works and things like that without even knowing it, but making it fun to them like they've doing already, like mopping the floor or, they picking up the trash within these places. These are the spaces and these are the type of things I think that's already being done that I think can expand on how these people can create, we can create a wider audience in regards to how knowledgeable we are in regards to politics and things like that. And that's just personally speaking.
But we're going to have to take over education because Donald Trump is going to take out education.
Oh my
in the
gosh,
government.
yes.
So
Well, we don't know what Trump about to do.
No, that's what he said. I said,
these are the things that I have to agree with.
And I have a background in
agree with
education, so I feel strongly about that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I feel
So
strongly
now
about
it
it.
depends on us.
We need to rework it.
Yeah,
but
That's a different story.
That's what, yeah.
Right, we're gonna leave that to
But
another
he did
panel.
say in there
Yeah,
he
that's
wants to
another
give
whole
the
topic,
power
right.
back to the
That's a whole
parents.
different panel.
He wants to give it back to the parents.
Right.
So if the parents is in charge, I mean, yeah, I think Burden. I think you definitely have something that we could look forward if that's the case. Then
Definitely.
but he is gonna take out Black History. I'm gonna let you right now right now.
Yeah, in Florida they already did that.
They've already been taking
already
out
did
Black
in
history.
Florida. So there goes Black
They
History.
don't know nothing about slavery or nothing.
But then that's why
Nothing.
parents just got to be parents. You know what I'm saying? My son.
And they're not gonna
Am I
be,
global still?
depending on
But
the
yeah,
parent.
it's crazy. Okay. Anyway, back to you, Burden.
No. Miss, I hope we answered your question a little bit, just a little bit in regards to your viewpoint, and I appreciate the question. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my time. I appreciate you guys staying and engaging in pop culture and politics. Thank you, Sherwin, for allowing me to be a guest host on this phenomenal event. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to my panel mates, MF Sun, Unique Soul, TalkNiceTokia, and my girl Jen Smash. I appreciate you guys. Lux Vision Studios, Beneficial, and all you guys. I appreciate it. NBC News is coming up next. And later we have another panel with Jen Smash and MF Sun with the future of America. Look forward to it. See you guys in a minute. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, great job, everyone. Great job. Thank you.
Give it up one more time. They did phenomenal, peeps. Didn't you enjoy that? Go to some news coverage. First, we're going to do some key race alerts, me and Peeps, and then we're going to go to some NBC news coverage, followed by one more panel of the evening. All right. So let's go ahead and do a key race alert, you guys. Let's check in.
Thank y'all so much for sticking in here with us. We knew it was gonna be a long night. Thank you.
For those who need to go to bed, good night. We love you. Thank you for coming. For those who are sticking it out and staying up, we are still here and active. All right. It is election night here in America.
This is America Decide 2024 in VRChat. Next up, the future of America, hosted by
Definitely not.
And me, Jen.
Okay. I was gonna say hosted by you two.
She throwing you in there too.
12:30, guys.
That's funny. All right, well, let's do a key race alert, you guys. Let's check in to these swing states. So 2 of them have already been declared. We've got Florida and North Carolina have already declared Donald Trump. All right, let's check in with some of these other states. Arizona, 50% of the reporting is in, and it's leaning towards Trump at 49%. All right, that is Arizona. Georgia, 93% of reporting is in. So we're almost there. Georgia is probably going to be announced in the next half hour or so to an hour. Yep, it is leaning towards Trump at 50.8%. Very close. Extremely close. Michigan, with a surprising twist of events, was first leaning blue, is now leaning red. Different from our original projection because we thought it was leaning blue, but it looks like it is leaning red. Let's see, 48% of reporting is in, and it is 52% Trump. Pennsylvania, Philly, all those people from Philly.
No. Just say Pennsylvania.
All right, Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? PA. She said you don't want to claim Philly anymore. PA is leaning towards Trump right now with 85% of the reporting in, 50% is at Trump. And then Wisconsin is 77% of the reporting is in, leaning towards Trump, 51%. Folks, I don't know who you were voting for, but it is looking like a landslide when it comes to these swing states. That's, like I said earlier in the panels, this is kind of like deja vu. A lot of you guys may not expect it, but Donald Trump and his strategy with going for these swing states, it seems like it pays off because he is claiming the swing states, which is pushing the needle. So, but we are not there yet. We still have several states that get to. Yep.
Yeah,
so anything could happen.
We still have in for the long haul. We're still here.
Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Sherwin, what do you think, Sherwin? Do you think that this is going to another day? Do you think that it's going to be decided tonight? What's your thought on it?
Well, actually, they projected that they were going to find out by midnight. Now it's obviously past midnight, right? We see that it's about 2:10 to 2:30, right? That's about what we're looking at. So we're almost at 270, right? So I think it'll probably be another hour to 2 hours until we can really sit here and say we know who's going to win. Obviously there's going to be some recounting going on probably with a few states, and we'll probably confirm it by tomorrow. But tonight, when you guys walk away, I think you'll have an idea of who's going to win, because we're going to get some of these swing states and more of the reporting in and find out where they're going to go, and then it's going to be able to declare who the winner is. All right.
Do you think we can find 11,760 votes in Georgia?
Well, let me just say this.
That's the funny thing about Democrats. They'll never do that. Republicans will, though.
And the popular vote right now is 58.1 million for Kamala Harris, which is 47% of the people, and 62.3 million for Trump, so 51%. So it's not it's not really a landslide if you're winning by 50% of the popular vote, but the strategy with the Electoral College and going for the swing states is definitely the name of the game, and I think Trump knows how to play that game better than anybody else.
Do you think because Harris only had like 100 days to really to do the politics, you think that affected the whole election?
I don't think so, because I think Biden was already in the race. She was already in the race with Biden. It's not like Biden was doing it alone. That's a VP.
No, I look at what she did in 100 days, and I'm amazed at what's happened in the last 100 days since she,
Mhm.
announced that she was going to be running. So I don't think that it had any effect on that at all because she had less time. She was, already vice president. We knew she was going to be, in office with him if he was going to be elected. So I think that I don't think the timing made any difference.
Yeah.
Thank you
Somebody
for
said she's not a
well,
likable person.
thank you
Who
for
said
coming
that?
by
I
to
heard that. Who
America
said that?
Decides
Don said that.
2024.
Don, we definitely need you to actually, Don. Okay, well, stay tuned for 1 second because we got one more spot on this panel. I think he's got some opinions that he might want to share on the panel. So,
That's right.
I'd love to have him on here, Don. Don should definitely be on the
Yes.
panel.
Absolutely.
America Decides 2024. Thank you guys for coming. We still have one more segment left. Stay tuned at 12:30 a.m. We'll have the next panel, The Future of America. Oh,
Yes.
Lord Jesus.
And we've got some
I'm
NBC
really
News
sad.
coverage playing right now on the screen. If you can't see it, we do have
They are
right
blowing.
between the Harris. Wait,
Their
real
heads are
quick,
blowing
between
off.
the Harris and the Trump signs right there. If anybody cannot see the screen, if it's lagged out for you, then just go right there. There is a reload button that you can click. It should reload. Make sure your allow untrusted URLs is checked in your settings. All right. Sorry about that. MF Sun, back to you.
Oh man, I tell you, these newscasters, I know that NSNBC is just
crying
right now. Their brains are just like, what is going on? This is Hillary again. I can't believe it.
And right now on the screen, we have Jen Psaki. She was the former press secretary for Joe Biden. So if you guys remember, she was the one always doing the press briefings before KJP took over.
Listen, they talk. She talking about what I was talking about. I felt like there should have been a primary. There should have been a primary. If there was a possibility, but that someone else could have been elected, they should have let it gone through. Even though she probably would have won, they should have made that happen. Exactly. Yeah, please.
Yeah, you better be respectful. Honestly, I'm really scared. I'm really scared about the future. I don't know.
Listen, I don't think that we have anything to be fearful about. America is always going to be America. Donald Trump has been in office for 4 years, and guess what? We're still here.
Hanging in here, having some pain, but I'm getting through it. This whole setup here is amazing what they did in here. I feel like I'm at a real convention.
People who are, dealing with some kind of mental issue, from what I understood as well. That's what I read. People who can't walk, people who, that's what he was saying.
For people, what is the chip gonna do? Like help them walk? Is that what's happening?
It will. You can put the bionics on, from the robots, and then the chip will be melded with the bionic leg.
He told me to tell you hi.
Oh my god.
from the robot.
I mean, they're already doing. They already have that technology. Where the
Right, but
lady.
what he's basically doing, he's trying to get the contract from the government, like he's always been doing.
So you mean he's trying to take that over from all the other companies that are doing it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Isn't that a monopoly?
Yes, it is, but that's business here in America.
Well, we're gonna have to wait for the courts to break it up, no?
I mean, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, sorry,
That's
y'all can go back to
well,
commentating.
that's
My
what was
bad.
going to happen. Oh, yeah, okay, we can go on. We can go on. Yeah, I believe. So Jen and I, we were just talking about Elon Musk and how he is going to be very influential, during this process. We were talking about it might be broken up, his company, but under a Trump administration, I don't think that's happening. Yeah, I believe Nevada. I believe all those West Coasts are all going to be hers.
That's Georgia right there.
The Green Lagoon. Is that his? Let me see.
Everything's going really
Shout out to the D.
Yeah, it's very well. Really well. Let me give you a shout out.
Let's go.
Also, just want to give another shout out to my guy, Aussie guy over here. You already know he is the amazing world builder behind this phenomenal world that we're in tonight. So shout out to Aussie guy, y'all. He did his thing. But we're not done
guys,
yet.
if you have not seen the White House, right, please, if you haven't seen the White House aspect of this world, please get on the bus. Check out the White House. It's crazy.
Shay, you want to go?
The bus is at the spawn where you guys spawned in. If you guys are interested.
Green Lagoon. Okay, I'll send it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, if you guys want to see the White House, if you go to the
I built my own world and a home. Yeah.
We're gonna delay your panel by like 10 minutes, 15 minutes because we were late from the last
That's all
one.
good.
Yeah.
All crazy.
Just because like
I mean,
we
we
didn't get
should.
much news
We
coverage.
could delay until it's over if you'd like.
No. We can delay. No, we can. She said shit. We can delay just for another 15
Come on,
minutes.
Jen.
I'm already shit over.
You never know. She might win. You just never know. Let me tell you, I've seen some upsets.
Back out.
This might be an upset. You just never know.
I'm just really scared. I mean, you got Robert
Kennedy working on our healthcare,
Jr.
right? Yeah. But I
on, man. I don't get that.
I really believe that you just never know. America always surprises you.
Not a good choice. Listen, if Trump wins, of course we're gonna have to say that's our president. So I'm hoping that he hires a cabinet that he respects, that is is strong enough to tell him no. You know what I'm saying?
Well, second time's the charm.
Nobody wants to work with him.
I don't know about that.
He wants people in the White House to say yes.
Yes, he
You
does.
know, there's no checks and balances now. I mean, that's why I like Harris, because she was willing to have Republicans in the cabinet, you know, a balance. You know, we need a balance.
Stop being scary.
And then somebody who's qualified too.
That wasn't me. I didn't say that.
I know that's
right
Burton.
MF son look right at me.
You got something to say, Burton?
Drastic times calls for drastic measures.
I agree.
I can't stand him.
Straight up.
I don't understand how. Can I ask you a question, Jen?
Here you go.
With the Kennedy?
Come on down.
What's your issue with Kennedy?
He's a conspiratist. He is just not right. I don't think he's not in medicine. He's not a doctor. He hasn't studied medicine. How are you going to run that department with? It's like it's like telling me I can be a dentist. Let me open your mouth. Let me do dentist. I'm an accountant. Come on.
Okay, that's all.
What's your comeback?
I don't have a comeback.
Yo, you got nothing? Oh.
Nah, he was a good, like, to me, he's a decent person. I don't know. Maybe you got a point.
Yes. He's a decent person. Okay, yes, I'll give you that. But I rather have someone who has studied medicine, who has been a doctor, who has been a chemist, a science, whatever, a doctor in that science, to run the medical department of the United States.
I mean, he's not going to be doing surgery on nobody. You kind of, to me, I prefer an outsider, somebody who's not bought out by them. In fact, he's going against Big Pharma and a lot of stuff. So you kind of need that because, I mean.
Yeah, but they want to stop, Obamacare, reverse everything that Biden has. Listen, that's what Trump wants to do, yes. But he just doesn't have a policy.
He's not touching Obamacare.
He can't because he has nothing to come. He doesn't have a new plan, of course.
Okay, then. So
what did he say in the debate? What does he say debate? He definitely wants to get rid of Obamacare, but he doesn't have a policy to replace it right now. He's working on it.
I don't think he said that. I think he said the opposite. I think he's not touching Obamacare. If he wanted to repeal Obamacare,
but I know.
If he wanted to repeal Obamacare, he would have did it in his first term.
He tried. He did try.
He said he left it alone. That's what he just said on the last debate.
He tried 65 times to appeal.
Okay, but in the last debate, he said he not messing with it.
Because he doesn't have a plan.
But let me tell you, Don, if he can change the courts, right? If he could change the judges on the courts, he'll be able to take that law out of effect.
Okay.
And that sucks because I need that.
How effective is Obamacare, though?
It's very effective. I have benefit from it. I'm a double amputee, a diabetic, and I need all that health care. Period. I am using Obamacare.
Okay, for people like you, I understand, but it's a lot of people on the other side who say, okay, it's almost like they forced into it.
Right. You are forced into it. You will get taxed if you don't have insurance. That is true.
So that's almost like what they went to war for in the beginning in 1776 is a forced tax.
However, they look at it that if you don't have insurance and you get hurt, then we'll be paying as taxpayer more than you not having your own insurance. That was the whole purpose of Obamacare, is to have a lower premium,
affordable,
right? Healthcare for
insurance.
everyone.
and accepted by
listening.
people who have like conditions.
No, I personally know, and this is post Obamacare America. I personally know people who've been in dire straits and gone to the emergency room without anything and been kicked out. So
Right.
kicked out
So
of the
now
hospital.
they can't do that. Now they're not able to do that. They can't do that now.
They was doing it though. They've been doing it. I said post Obamacare.
Yeah, post Obamacare. Yes.
Yeah, post Obamacare.
So again, I do feel that if there's kinks that need to be worked in it to make it better, then that's what we should do. Again, we should be American. American is you make a law and it gets better. It doesn't get worse.
Anybody talking about these felonies this man still got? How you gonna be the president?
Right. You gotta take off his mic.
Have a gun. He can't.
Oh, my fault.
Say that again.
Hold up.
Burden, give it to him. He needs to turn it green. Turn off the green. Okay, now grab it. There you go.
I mean, is anybody going to talk about the fact that this man has, how many felonies pending?
30. He's convicted of 34 counts of fraud. He's been convicted of.
So how does this work for presidency?
Okay, how it works is that he could commute most of his charges till after his presidency. And those are just the federal ones. The other ones he could probably just scratch off and be like, you don't have to.
He can pardon himself.
He can pardon himself.
Right, and on top of that, the judges have given him the power to do that. The judges have given him the power to say, okay, you could wipe that because you were president at the time.
So y'all do know Kamala can't. What's up? Y'all do know that Kamala can't on the gun right now. He can't. I'm just, gonna put that out.
Yeah, but he could threaten and kill and want to kill people, so that's okay. He want.
Okay, so there's a win in Georgia. There is a win in Georgia for Donald J. Trump.
Wow.
Georgia has won.
That is a turn. But
that
I
gives
think
it to
that
246 to 189.
I think this is a good time to take it to the stage for MF Sun and Jen Smash, the future of America. I think this is a good turning point right now. So if we can get Jen and MF Sun to the back, please. Your mic though. Your mic. He took the mic with him.
Ohio's gonna go red.
No, he took his mic with. There you go.
I have no clue about their fucking vice presidents.
So, peeps, you want to do the breaking alert and the correspondence end, the 5-minute question?
When he wins Georgia, I'm throwing on Many Men by 50 Cent.
I'll throw it on for you because I can play it through the mic.
No, not here.
Of course.
I feel like that's a way to get kicked out of here.
Pish posh. You still vape juice on my lips. Vape what? Vape juice, not vape juice. The fuck is vape juice?
Coming down to Pennsylvania.
Burden, come back here.
Coming down to Pennsylvania. While we wait for the next panel to assemble,
Burden
does
of
anyone
proof.
want to say something? Anyone have any words, any reflections, any thoughts? I'm walking around.
Where's Burden?
Oh, she is right there at. She's only right there at the peak, though.
Come on. Come on.
Because Trump was over by 1, and just with Pennsylvania.
You're gonna be on this panel.
So right now they're showing projections on winners. Right. So for the electoral vote, she needs to claim. I think it was what was it?
All it needs is Pennsylvania, right?
Wisconsin and Minnesota and Pennsylvania for to be right at 270. Well, Trump just needs Pennsylvania to be right.
Thank you everyone for holding tight. We are going to start the next panel very shortly. If you are in the White House area, taking a chill pill, make your way back to the main stage. The next panel coming up is The Future of America, hosted by Jen Smash and MF Sun.
Oh wait, fuck, that's President.
I don't think he has Arizona yet.
Yeah, no, we
I think
are.
they're going to be undecided.
Arizona has not been counted fully yet. We are still waiting on them, and we're also still waiting on PA as well.
After a 4-year break. 4 more years.
Next panel coming right up.
Get some coffee. We're in this for the long haul.
That's great.
We're in this for the long haul.
Got good cost.
I know. If I'm invested, you're invested.
You know, I don't even like half. You know, I don't even realize what half is what's going on because I've had earmuff mode on. I've just been here for you.
Some of this stuff's kind of like entertaining and interesting, though.
Wherever you are, that's where I'll be.
Donald
Don't fall asleep on me.
Except for
I love you, Donald Trump.
I'm awake.
What? I'm joking. I don't know nothing about this. I don't know nothing about this.
Panel starting shortly, everyone. If you are in the chill area, make your way back to the main stage. Thank you.
I'm not even in my
Yeah, you the reason why when your girl get pregnant and the baby die in her body, she ain't gonna be able to have no abortion.
Everybody,
Hey, everybody. I'm here with the great and beautiful Jen Smash.
Hey, what's up? Hi, everybody. I'm here with MF Sun.
Yeah.
What a crazy night, huh?
And it is going the way that it needs to, Jen. And I'm just excited to be an American. This is the process, and this is what it is. Yeah. And I'm excited for this conversation that we're about to have.
Yes, the future of America.
Future of America. And we have a great panel
Yes,
on
we
this
do.
last segment. We have Sherwin, we have Burden of Proof, and we have Don. Don is also in there. So we're going to ask them to come out and take a seat. We're going to talk about the future of America.
What's going on?
I'm just going to stay.
I just came out here to hear Jen cry. No, I was playing.
Burden, come on this side of me. Burden, come on this side. Right
Can't even. I'm going to stand up, right?
Yeah, I'm going to stand up too. Yeah, there we go. So, right, guys, man, the future of America, it's just a little shocking. You know, in the beginning of the night, we were seeing Kamala as the next first lady. And now we're looking at something completely different. I'm sorry, not first lady, the first female president. And now we are, my apologies. And now we're looking at something totally different. So I'd love to get your perspective before we get into this topic, please. We'll start on this side. Don?
I mean, it's a great idea, you know, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But it's not too late. It's too soon right now to tell.
It is.
In my opinion.
Jen?
I'm feeling very emotional. Like, I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared. But I'm just scared for my daughter, for the future. That's all. For females, I'm really scared for us. Period.
Understood. Sherwin?
Yeah, I mean, it's like deja vu all over again. Like I said, this is a repeat of 2016 when everybody was sitting there thinking this is going to be, going in the direction that they wanted to. And clearly it's turning out that, Trump is, very strategic in his approach when it comes to campaigning and getting the electoral college. Like, as you can tell, it just comes down to your strategy. If you go for the swing states, if you go for, the people you could persuade, that's how it's going to get you to win. And clearly Trump followed that strategy, and now he's, ahead of Kamala. It's just really unfortunate, for some people they're happy, right? But I think it's unfortunate that we could have had, like you said earlier, Jen, a first woman of color, right? There could have been a lot of glass ceilings breaking, and there's still, we haven't been able to shatter that just yet. So
it'll happen.
Hey, Burden, what's your thoughts?
So every Wednesday I do this show, right? And we talk about current events and things like that. And I overemphasize what certain things that can happen to prevent Harris from winning and things like that. And it just seems like all those things that could have happened are actually happening in real life. Like, you couldn't pay me to say that Georgia was going to be red today. Like, the amount of people that I was watching going to the polls and things like that, yelling, "Ain't no way we gonna let him win!" La 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 la. I'm like, okay. But I mean, then reality hits you, and you know what I'm saying. And then it actually unfolds in front of your face. And then, like Sherwin was saying in regards to strategies and things like that, and not just strategies and things like that, but there are certain people that don't want to see this yet. You understand what I'm saying?
So it's like a silent majority. Yep.
Right. That's unspoken for. You know what I'm saying? That don't say a damn thing. And it's a mass of them, as we can see. And things like that. So I mean, if this is something that is unfortunate for a lot of people, or people are nervous and scared of it, I would give you this optimism that things have to fall apart before they get better. You understand what I'm saying? And I think in certain instances, if this is one of those situations, things have to completely crumble before we realize, okay, what really changes we need to make in order for this country to be exactly what we envision it as a whole.
I agree. Listen, I think that we have a lot of things that we could be looking and paying attention to. One of the questions I have for the future of America is, where do you see, if Donald Trump is to win, where do you see us going in wars? As we talked about in some of our other panels, like, he's saying that he's going to end these wars within a couple of days. What do you say to those things? Anyone? Sorry, were you Sherman? Okay. I'm sorry.
You said Trump said he could end wars in a couple of days?
Yes, that's what he said.
I don't think he can even wipe his ass in a couple of days, if I'm just being honest with you. And that's just the honest truth. And the reason for that is because and I'm not trying to be shady, I'm just being honest, because you see this man, and he's really, like, he's falling apart. And I'm just being honest. When you see videos of him, maybe some people may disagree, and that's fine. But when I see videos of him and I see him talk and stuff, it's almost like, he's like falling apart. Like, he's just not sane, and So do I think he can end wars in a couple of days? No. If he can't keep track of where his pants are, like, I just don't think that he can do that.
Burden?
I say grab your flak and your Kevlar, man. We running. If he in wars in a couple of days, hey, strap up, because it's going to happen. But I mean, I look, I don't know. And I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I'm actually looking. If let's just say this man does get this presidency, I'm literally kind of intrigued, or like anxious, or like a little bit curious of like how the hell is this going to turn out? Like, what really is going to happen to where we are really, really, what's the word I'm looking? Influenced by this man's actions and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really, really curious to see what this is going to be about. I mean, because like Jen would allude to, he's not a politician. He's more or less, quote unquote, a businessman. And he's not really that good of a businessman either, based on how much money he's lost over the years and things like that. Right. So I mean, I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out.
I think
I'm totally. Go ahead, Don.
I got a young guy. I got a young son who's going to be enlisting. Next year. I'm scared, man. I don't know if Trump is going to really just escalate what's going on. I got a real son that's signing up for the army.
Wow.
And then God is in your favor, because if all we have to look at and judge by is what the track record. He's already been in office, right? He's already been in office, not one war. I mean, he peeled a couple of terrorists back, with the drone or whatever, but he didn't go into an active war or proxy war. Now you come later when Biden gets in office, what do we get? This stuff we got now is Biden's administration. Ukraine, he got real ties in Ukraine, and companies in Ukraine, they get money off that war, right? And they didn't left the Ukrainian people to dry out, because Russia's stomping a mud hole in Ukraine right now. But my thing is, I care about the wars in the world as long as we ain't involved in it, though. You know what I mean? And I don't think he's going to get involved in any of that, in my opinion.
Well, I guess my fear is that he will be able to end these wars in a couple of days, which means that he'll say to Russia, do whatever you got to do. He'll say to China and Taiwan, do whatever you got to do. And, again, if doing that makes sense to you, I don't know. I think that's not American. I think that the American way is that you want to have that democracy all over the world, freedom all over the world.
That's not the American thing, though.
What's going to happen is that if Russia takes over, Ukraine, then you'll be dealing with a larger Russia.
What's wrong with that? Are they bothering us?
They are economically. Economically, they are.
Hey, we got to play that game. We got to get better at the economic game. But war ain't the answer for everything. We can't beat them. That don't mean we got to go bomb them. I mean, we got to get better. You know what I mean? We can't just be going over bullying people. After
resources. Ukraine is going to be Poland. After Poland, what is next?
That's on them. That's on them. We not the world's police.
I understand what Don is saying to a certain extent. We've been always the big brother, so to speak, to a lot of people, and we've literally spread ourselves so thin to where we can't even help ourselves to a certain extent. So I'm thinking Don is like alluding to like, hey, that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? Let's take care of us first to where we can create a stronger presence in who we are as a United States. And then, when we have these crisis situations where people need the aid, all right, we can come to their defense and things like that and stand strong to that. I get what he's saying. At some point, we got to stop being the big brother and just focus on us.
And we're so focused on Ukraine and Israel, we're not even aiding our own people. See what I'm saying? We're not.
Listen,
we're the aid for our own people.
I definitely hear you.
This all a democratic. This is all under a democratic administration.
Again,
So
I think
why
it
you
fell
know,
under
that's
the
why
Democrats, but I think it was going to happen anyway. I think that it was going to happen anyway. I think it fell on the Democrats because the pandemic had it happen, and so it slowed things down from what Putin was going to do in the first place. just happened that it was Democrat, and then we put Biden in the office, which was an old man
He
that
stoked the
wasn't
fire.
that sharp or slow.
He had his son over
Which
there
caused
stoking the
him-
fire in Ukraine. Come on, we all know that. Everybody know that, right?
So what did Trump
Right.
do?
Can I
4
just say
years?
though? Can I just say real quick though, on the opposite though of what we were saying about like minding our own business? Like I agree, the U.S. does get involved in a lot of people's business and whatnot. But like, if you just put it in like the simplest terms, even like for kids, right? You know, let's say you're in a playground and there's a bully, and the bully is like bullying your friend. Don't you want to help your friend step in and like, you know, confront
cool.
that bully
But
with your
start the
friend,
fight?
right?
That's cool only if we're
but
doing it
that's
in
your
that
friend
sense.
getting
fight,
bullied
Sherman.
by somebody else.
I know,
right?
Sharon,
mean,
but did you start the fight?
America's
started
not
the
doing
fight
it in
and
that
you-
sense, though. America's only getting involved when there's resources that we can have access
Benefit
to.
from.
And I do agree with
right,
that with a lot of the wars, like Afghanistan and Iraq and all those wars
All of
that-
them.
in the
Yeah.
Middle East. That was all
Okay.
like a
I mean,
ploy to
those
get
Middle
oil.
Eastern,
I do
those
agree.
Middle
but
Eastern
that was
wars
under
are
George
like
Bush's reign.
seasonal.
But that was under George
Okay,
Bush's reign.
but let me ask
Half
you a
these wars are
question.
seasonal.
Bush
Please,
was, Trump was in office for 4 years. Can you tell me what he's done for us? What policies did he push? What did he do for us?
For
He
us
did
as
Space
in
Force.
who?
He did do Space
You said
Force.
4
you can
years.
ask the same
He
question
worked
for
on the
Biden.
Space Force. He worked on space, not this country. Like he
What
worked
did
on
Biden and
Space
Kamala
Force.
do?
Biden
Right? That's
lowered down
the other question. The question is, what
they
did Kamala
done.
do, right?
Yes.
But she
What
was a
did
VP.
he do?
She was
Everybody
a
knows a
VP.
VP.
I'll tell you what he
he
did. I'm
gave
trying
us-
to answer to you. President
Okay, sorry.
Biden
checks.
He did give us
President Biden used his executive power to decrease the immigration 60% since last year. That's
What?
fact. 60%. Yes, look it up.
You
Look it
mean
up,
the
bro.
same administration that
Next.
allowed the immigration?
Can I
That's
finish?
loud.
Let me
No,
answer
she's
your question.
she's talking about the ones that are counted. We're not talking about the 3 million that crossed the border. Go ahead, Jen.
And he lowered the insulin to $35. Thank you, Lord, because the insulin was costing me $90 for insulin.
Hmm.
That's
Good job.
two.
I think that Biden has done a lot
Once
for
again,
the country.
haven't
Think
said
about
anything
it.
what Trump did.
When Donald Trump came out of office, we were at a deficit, and Biden helped the country get to a point where we came out of that deficit and brought us into a positive. So again, Democrats, if you look through history, they bring the money. Republicans usually spend it.
Yeah, spend it with us too, though. But okay, Democrats spend a lot of money. Now we're not gonna sit and talk about like they ain't spend a lot of money.
They do.
In this last administration, they sent a lot of money, and we didn't get any of the money. That money didn't get
We
spent
did.
with us.
No, yes, we did. We did get money. The money that he did on the infrastructure bill, right? Paid for our roads, paid for our city to be beautified. So I mean, I live in Detroit. I saw the impacts that it made in a lot of community, and still to this
That's
day.
good.
So,
Detroit was a bad
Technology
looking
chip.
place.
Go to here.
yes,
And I
totally,
love
totally.
Detroit.
Yeah. So I mean, he
still
did
waiting for
do
what
some things,
Trump
but that's your job as president. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. So give me something that you weren't supposed, that you weren't supposed to do, but you did, and it was beneficial to America. That's the kind of person or president that I'm looking for.
I mean, you got to remember it was a pandemic during his administration.
Last year.
Yes,
So
I agree.
I mean, he did pretty good, in my opinion. And I was against him when he was running the first time. I was against. I'm not saying I'm completely with him now. I didn't vote either side, so because they don't have a person to represent me as a black man. Nobody's represent us, so I didn't vote either way. But I'm leaning more towards him.
Right.
Because
Well, good luck with the cops pulling you over, because now they don't have
I ain't
to
got
even
no
ask
problem.
you any
Hey, I was
questions.
born in America. I was born under that. Cops been pulling us over. When that
You
you
can't
can't
sue them
scare me
now.
with the scare tactics.
Can't sue them now.
Oh no, I ain't worrying about suing. You know, just deal with it as we go.
So one of the other questions that we had was how Americans will, as far as family life, how do you think that that's going to change with a woman president? Jen, would you like to take that question first?
Oh yeah, I mean, women know how to run the family home. I mean, we have high. I was with some powerful women. Period. Just recently, making moves, so we can do it ourselves, and I think we care about what's going on, the issues. We can gather people together on the team. She's already got smart people on the team that she was going to bring in. I think females could definitely run whatever the country. Look at the Queen, 75 years. She was the Queen. And she did her thing. She's not going to be perfect. It's all about the cabinet. So she's the front, but it's about the cabinet. It's about your team. That's to me. I look
You
at
know
the
what?
team.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. What really bothers me, and this is just me being honest, is just the blatant sexism in this whole campaign. Because if Kamala Harris did half or said half of the things that Trump had did during his campaign, they would have tore her apart. Like just recently, I was just talking to Jen on the phone. I'm like talking about this recent video of Trump performing like oral sex on the microphone. Like I don't know if you guys saw that. You know, some of y'all might find that funny, but if Kamala Harris did that, you know what people would be saying about her? Like they would be dragging her through the mud. So that to me is just why I'm so disappointed, because I feel like people still don't believe that a woman can run this country, and I think your sex has nothing to do with your qualifications to run a country. We've seen other countries be run by women before. We've seen prime ministers that are women. We've seen queens, like you said, right? Presidents that are women. So the whole notion that a woman can't run or can't win is not true. But it's just as unfortunate because maybe it wasn't the right one, right? But I still think that, a woman should be able to do it.
A woman can and has done it, but she's just not that one. I don't, in my opinion. But women are more. I think women are more powerful and geared to run anything. You know what I mean? Because they more fair, more just, and they run the family from the beginning. But now we in America now, and you already said it's sexist. So just think about what the rest of the world going how they would treat her. How they're gonna push her to a point where she gotta do something crazy. You know what I mean? They're not gonna respect her. We respect her. We Americans. We grew up in a culture. You know, our culture is moving closer to, accepting women as in leadership roles or whatever. But we in America, think about the other countries, especially the key countries like the Arab countries and all that.
When you say we as Americans, I think like we in this room may think that, but not all of America thinks that, I think that they still think that a woman can't run this country. It's a man's job, right? And so I think that does convince a certain amount of people to go vote for a man, right? So I do think there's going to be sexism in this.
We got the polar opposite in our community.
Let's not forget where we at. Let's not forget where we at. We are still in America. This place was created by white men. Period.
Facts.
Like
stolen by white men. Let's be real.
There we go. Well, okay. Well, call it what you want.
It's theirs now.
That's the foundation of this country, and those people are still in those places where you speak of teamwork. In these cabinets that you said that we have to create this unified front, they are still in this Congress. They still are running because they have no life there's no term. They sit there in these spaces for years and years and years, generationally, and just filling the holes, and they're still there. Right. So in order to get that type of change that you're looking for, it has to be a complete overhaul. And those
sound like revolution to me.
Man,
That's you say overall. That's a,
which I feel that is
That's all
what
it
Trump's campaign was about. His campaign was really about a revolution and a
nah, it was
tearing
about
up
the
of.
last holdout. It was about their last stand, really, to me, to be honest. The last stand.
I agree.
But if you look at that right there, that's the past and everything in it. And then you look at the future. From me, my perspective of the future, I'm looking at my community and the culture that we got, and it don't look good. It don't look good. So I looked at that. I said, okay, at least the conservatives have some type of value. And you look over here, there's no value. There's no nothing.
Wait, let me ask you this,
Especially with the
Don.
youth. So
let me ask you this.
I mean, I'm just speaking for my community now.
And exactly,
No,
you
I
said your
got you, I
community,
got you.
right? And no, I just want to ask him real quick because you said earlier, as a black man, right, and that's your community that you also represent. How do you feel about Trump, removing all of Black history from textbooks, and not teaching people about, he did say that, he did say he was going to do that.
Yes, it's in
What Black history though?
47.
What Black history they teach about slavery? They're gonna beat us in the head with that. That ain't our only history. And it's up to the parents. It's up for you to have knowledge of self. It's up to you to have knowledge for self. That starts in the home, and you can't send somebody off to daycare or school and hope that they give them all the information they need. You teach the mother and the father teach the child. So you got to have a knowledge of self. That shouldn't be a problem with us because we need to have a knowledge of self.
Some of
We ain't
these
worrying about
mother and
that.
fathers, some of these mother and fathers don't even know how to raise a kid. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they could have an
And
absent
that goes back
family,
to the, that
right?
speaks back to the
So-
problem. That speaks back to the problem. Look, we're dealing with a double-edged situation. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's always been Black America for us. You see what I'm saying?
Listen,
so for me,
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree all the women stuff that he's trying to do? We will have to report our periods. We can't have abortions or procedures to save our lives.
we shouldn't have abortions. If we had to stop having abortions 30 years ago, we'd probably be the majority.
But listen, having a miscarriage, I have to have a DNC. DNC is part of scraping your womb. They're going to rule that out. That means
That's
going
crazy.
to die.
That's
I'm going
crazy,
to
but
die.
guess what? You only speak about that when you're not talking about the real reason most women go and have abortions. The real reason most women go and
What
have
about the
abortions
people
because
who are
they don't want to raise no kids.
and molested by their father?
That's sad. I'm against that. I'm pro
What about
woman's
the
choice,
rapes?
but I'm against abortion. I'm against abortion, but I'm pro woman's choice. But think about it. I know one female who had 5 abortions just because she didn't want to have a baby. That's crazy to me. You shouldn't. That's
So wait,
crazy.
so you think that
and
she
then
should,
I don't
you think
got a
that she
say
should
in it.
have
If
the
I'm
baby?
the
That's
father,
her business.
if I'm the father and I don't have a say in it, but then you turn around and you raise a kid and then I still
So you're
don't have
going
power over the
to
child.
punish. You're going to punish all the women of United States now because
No, I'm not punishing nobody. What I'm saying is it's unfair. It need to be straightened out, but it is what it is. Both sides are abusing it, I think.
The women are dying today.
We have a lot
What about
of
the
time
men? Nobody
to go
care
back
about
and
the
hold on.
what the
A second, Don. We have a lot of time that we are going to have these kind of discussions. But unfortunately, we are going to have to wrap this session up. And we look forward to what is going to happen in America, whether it's with our social justices or our rights to abortion, but wars and everything else. We have a lot on our table as Americans and Americans, and we have to really get to work on those things and deal with these issues. Again, metaverse is a great place to start. We could talk about these things and come up with solutions from all around. We ran out of time for questions, but if we could do a couple of questions, that'd be great. Oh, awesome. Okay, great. So let's take some questions if anyone has any questions to talk about the future of America.
No, we're sitting out here. Anybody? You got a question?
I feel like. Okay, great. All right, Raccoon.
So my question's actually directed towards Don. In your opinion, when it comes to fixing the black community, what do you think Donald Trump will do to actually benefit?
Donald Trump he's kind of like he unpredictable. So in our case, in the black community, unpredictable. Being that we had all predictable before, unpredictable was good. Know what I mean? Because he's an easy influence. Like people say, he's a narcissist. We know how to get in there and make him feel like he want to do something for us. We don't know. I know for one thing, the Democratic Party has had since 1968 to now to do something, and they haven't. So why not try it out? See what he got. Probably nothing though, to answer your question.
Can I elaborate on that though? Can I elaborate on that? Because sometimes raccoon. And I want to say this, sometimes nothing is a phenomenal thing, because then you give people a blank canvas to create what they want to create. Like they just said a little bit earlier, alluded to earlier, that he's looking to take black history out of the textbooks and out of education and things like that. But his question was, what black history? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Slavery, to that effect and things like that. We don't want to remember that anyway. We want to remember that we were kings and queens within this place, and then to give our people and our kids.
That's a dot on the timeline of black history.
You can't say that's going to be
out. That's a dot in the timeline of history.
You cannot have history be positive. Like history is not.
No, but you can. If you're already going to take out something, you're going to take out black history. Okay, but you're going to have to fill it with something. But as he said and he alluded to, it's up to these parents to issue confidence into their kids. Hey, you're not being taught shit in school now in regards to who you are as a person. So let me put this in your brain. This is who you are as a person. You are a strong, confident individual and things to that nature. You create your own narrative now, period. Now you can sit there and say, oh, it ain't gonna be shitting me.
I mean,
it starts at home.
If we being real with ourselves and tell the truth, and the truth, it hurts sometimes. We know the whole world history is a whitewash. Okay, let's talk. Let's. If we want to be real, let's talk about all of history is whitewash, because, be honest, the Europeans, and I understand it a little bit, but it's based in white supremacy. Everything is based in white supremacy for their survival, so that's why I understand. You get what I'm saying? But we know we're in the information age right now. So it shouldn't be no reason that you don't have a knowledge of self.
Right.
Totally. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So why leave it up to the teachers to teach about slavery when we know it's way more? We got a vast history,
So they're going to teach us about white history and just
that's what they've been teaching about. That's what they've been teaching. Slavery is white history
already.
Slavery is white history. That's not our history. That's just something that happened.
I'm not just talking about just slavery, but what about the other individuals have done stuff, have invented stuff, has been part of stuff.
Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, that's it.
They never taught that. They never taught that. Sorry.
No, I'm being honest.
That's all you get.
You get slavery, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X.
Booker T. Washington. They don't even give you Malcolm X. They starting to give you Malcolm X now.
They don't give you Marcus Garvey.
They don't give Malcolm X. They don't give Malcolm X.
They don't give Malcolm. They don't give none of that.
They don't give you none of these people.
So what are we talking about then? We talking about losing that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
we're talking about losing the only person they teach about is Martin Luther King.
To do what you want to do.
The one who kind of sold us into the Democratic Party. We want to be real, And he kind of feared that he sold us into a burning house, which he did. So let's talk about it. Huh?
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
Did we go to commercial or what? Oh,
I was gonna say we can keep going for days, though. We really can.
No, listen, I definitely go around and around.
This could go.
Oh, we have another question.
It could go. We
Indeed.
did. Where we got another question at?
Oh no, I was just telling him thanks for the question. That was a great question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Raccoon.
Yes, thank you, Raccoon.
Yeah, good question.
Again, America, we have a lot to get done. And you're right, it definitely does start with our youth. It starts with being a great parent. And paying attention to what your kid's doing. Now, my issue is there's a lot of other things that were on the ballot that we're not really talking about. What about, men in sports with women? Like,
That's
what
crazy.
are we going to do with that? That was on the ballot. Donald Trump was definitely not for that. I know several people voted for Donald Trump because of that one issue, because they didn't feel that their voice was being heard around that issue. And I get it. And it's a lot of issues like that. We just have to try to solve them one by one.
Can I speak to that though? I mean, look what it has come to when that's on the ballot. You know what I mean?
Hold on 1 second, Don. Hold that thought.
All right,
we got people's
what we got. No breaking news. The Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate.
Wow.
Just
the Senate
just now. Yes.
Wow.
And also, we do have to wrap this. This is a great panel, y'all. We got to wrap this up soon because Trump is about to speak in Florida in about 1 minute. So I know we want to see that. We're going to cut the CNN coverage after this. So
listen, we had a great panel. Thank you so much, Don. Thank you so much, Jen, Burden, and Sherwin. What an amazing night. We talked about so many different issues, panels upon panels, women. We talked about childcare and everything. But listen, let's go to the screens. If you're at home, turn on your tube. Let's see what Donald Trump has to say, you guys. Great night. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just want to say a really quick thank you because that was the last panel. Again, thank you to Aussie Guy, the world builder for this world. Thank you to Lux Vision Studios, Beneficial, and T-Bot for streaming. Thank you to MF Sun, Jen Smash, Aussie Guy, and myself as the event organizers. And then our host,
Thank you, Sherwin. Thank you, Sherwin.
Yes.
M5 Divine, CJ Shallow.
M5 Divine, CJ, Lux Vision, Beneficial. I think I mentioned. And then our host, Peoples. Thank you for being here with us, even through the wee hours of the night. Yes. Queen Lili, Kristin, Burden of Proof, Unique Soul, and of course, MF Sun, Jen Smash, Kia and Inati. Absolutely. Yes. If I and moderators, everybody on the staff, Ryu for helping with the map, everybody who was involved. Thank you guys. Let's go to Trump and see what he's got to say.
Let's go, Trump.
Also, so everyone knows, Vice President Harris let us know that she will not be speaking until tomorrow. She's not speaking tonight. So we will not hear from VP Harris tonight. She will speak tomorrow. But if we cut the CNN coverage, we can listen to some.
Wowzers, cowsers, pudding pie.
This is fucked up.
It's been a long night. Ain't nobody dealing with you tonight, Bird.
I just bet on the wrong one.
Damn, where everybody go? It was packed in this bitch.
Where's he? Is this official?
I don't know. It's official.
It's official that the Senate has won. The Republicans have won the Senate.
Peeps, you said Kamala not speaking tonight? She said nope. She said, I know how this is going.
Right.
She said, I know how this is going.
Her campaign manager came out and he was like, she will not be speaking tonight. She will talk tomorrow. Yeah, she's not doing this tonight.
That's y'all know. That's because she didn't even write a concession speech. She thought she was.
But you know what I'm noticing though. A lot of the Senate and all that. Like I thought that was gonna go Democrat.
Yeah, me too.
I really thought that.
With the bad job they've been doing already.
Right.
People kind of fed up. They want something different.
Right.
It's just balance though. It's balance. It's the same bird, different wings, bro.
Hell now.
All right, man.
tomorrow, man. Okay, well, hang on, man.